IB Nation, welcome back to another episode of the Irish Breakdown podcast. Happy Friday. It is April 25th, and I cannot believe we are already at the end of April, which is crazy to say, but spring ball is now officially over, and we are going to continue turning the page on what Notre Dame spring was and continue looking forward to the rest of the offseason. But before we get there today, ladies and gentlemen, it is Friday, which means here at Irish Breakdown, it is the Friday Free-For-All Mailbag. So if this is your first time making a live show, what you're going to want to do if you want to get a question or comment answered is you're going to want to put in an MB for mailbag in front of your question, or you can insert a little mailbox emoji. If you want your question or comment bumped up to the top, we'd greatly appreciate a super chat, but we already have 34 awesome questions starred and ready to go. So I'm ready to jump into it today, Brian. I always love Fridays for a multitude of different reasons. Start of the weekend, we get to do the Friday Free-For-All Mailbag. I'm ready to go, man.
Yeah, got to watch a little draft last night. You know, kind of it was an interesting evening. It was, we had a little talk about Shedeur Sanders yesterday, and it looks like the NFL sees it my way. He's not a first-round quarterback. But the NFL also thought that Jackson Dart was, and I don't think he is either. But it's a very interesting night. And for a while there was like there was that one big move at the beginning with the Jaguars and the Browns, which if you're a Cleveland Browns fan, I don't know how you're not happy about that move. Like, that was a great trade for them. You only move down 3 spots to 5. You get a second rounder, which is like right outside the first round this year. And then you get a first rounder next year for a team that I don't think is going to be that good in the Jaguars. So, but then there weren't a whole lot of trades until you got what? It was like, I think it was the Giants at 24 was the next trade. And then there was a few after that. But it was a very interesting evening, Trev. There's no doubt about that. And if you guys want to talk about the draft, we'll talk about it. Just keep in mind that we're talking about it as fans like you are. We'll give our opinions and our analysis and all that, but feel free to ask about that. It's always fun to talk about. I enjoy talking about the draft. And it was a very, very interesting evening. And there's some questions about the draft related to Marcus Freeman's strategy, which I thought was interesting because I made a comment about that last night. So recruiting strategy anyway. So, and then just kind of, we are going to have a conversation next week about what the draft says about Notre Dame and its climb to the top. And it's going to be a fun conversation. Then we'll obviously have a preview of kind of next year's top draft picks for options for Notre Dame. So we're going to have some fun with it, looking at from Notre Dame. But feel free to ask those questions and anything else related to Notre Dame, football, Notre Dame recruiting, college football, whatever you want. We're here to have some fun, and we're just going to go as long as we can today, Trev. So let's rock and roll. We do have some super chats to get to. And Tyler Evans, our guy Tyler Evans, started things off with the first super chat. So let's get rocking and rolling.
Super chat from Tyler Evans. Thank you, Tyler. What was your favorite player getting drafted last night? And was there a move that left you scratching your head?
Well, I mean, there were several. The first one is what I said about the Browns making a great trade. I look at the Jaguars, and it's a bit of a head-scratching trade for me, to be honest with you. I get what the Packers or the Jaguars are trying to do, and I think it's smart. You've got a franchise quarterback nearing the end of his contract, and you've got to make a move. I understand that. And I don't hate it just from the standpoint of Travis Hunter. I think you got arguably the best football player in the draft. I think it's either him or Abdul Carter. I think of the two best football players in the draft. I actually like Mason Graham a lot, too. It's just a big-time football player. You got arguably the best football player in the draft at a position you have need for. I just kind of feel like, is Travis Hunter at 2 better than what you would have got at 5 and 36 combined? Is he better than those 2? That's how I always look at trades like that. And I just don't know the answer to that. And then, of course, you also give up a first rounder next year. So that was a bit of a head scratcher to me in that regard, Trev. There weren't a whole lot of other trades. I understand what the Giants did, and to be honest, I wouldn't have done it. I just, I think he's a nice player. I think Jackson Dart's a nice player. He's got some tools, but for me, he's not a first round guy for me. But he's talented. He's got a lot of tools, and they need a quarterback, and they need a quarterback in the future. And I also like the fact that what the Giants are doing smart with Jackson Dart, if I have seen correctly from what they've done this offseason, Trev, is they are getting a guy that doesn't have to play right away. Correct? Didn't the Giants go out this season and also get didn't they get
they got Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston.
Yeah, so he doesn't have to start right away. I think that's perfect. Let him cook in the oven a little bit. Let him learn, and then he'll get his turn. So the Giants need a quarterback of the future, but it's not an overreaction. Like, let's put him in there now. We got to win now. I think this is smart by the Giants. I'm trying to look and see what they gave up for it, but I just look at it. I think that was a move where I think there was some risk involved, but I like the fact that it wasn't their only pick. It wasn't like their first, like they didn't trade up from a spot and he's the only guy they got in the draft. I mean, he was their second pick. And the first pick, I thought they got arguably the best football player in the draft. Because like I said, my argument for best football player in the draft comes down to just like not worried about position fit and just best players. To me, it's Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, and Mason Graham. That's my opinion of who the best four just football players are in the draft. So, and that doesn't take anything away from Will Blackwell, who's a heck of a player, Ashton Genty. It's just, I think those are the three best players in the draft. So the Giants get the best player in the draft at a premium position, and then they trade into, late in round one for another guy at a premium position. And they gave up the 34th pick, the 99th pick, and then a third-round pick next year. So they didn't actually, in my opinion, didn't give up a ton. They swapped first and second, and then they gave up a late third and then a third next year is all they gave up. That's not a lot of risk, in my opinion, Trev, for a guy that has some tools. If he doesn't pan out, it's not like Daniel Jones, who you took number 6, and then he didn't pan out. So I actually like the move by the Giants, even though I do have some questions about Jackson Dart. Look, if you're going to take a chance on a guy, take a chance on a guy that's known to be a guy with some character and well-liked by teammates, and take a chance on a guy with a lot of tools. I think that's what Jackson Dart is. So I thought the Giants did a nice job last night with that move. Some of the other stuff, Trev, I know some people were like, why would the Falcons give up that much to move up to get James Pierce? And I kind of understand that a little bit. I mean, they gave up a first rounder next year, but at the same time, there was a time not that long ago that a lot of people thought James Pierce was going to be the number 1 or top 5 overall draft pick. Like, there's a lot of talent there. He had a bad year. He didn't develop. There's some other questions about him, but talk about taking a flyer on a guy. You just gave up a first-round pick next year to get that guy. That's my only question mark. But if you're the Falcons, you're thinking, well, that first-round pick next year, if this guy's what we think he is, and we got our franchise quarterback last year, is going to be in the 20s. So what are we really giving up? So I kind of look at it that way, Trev, and yeah. And he wasn't their only, again, it's like, so he wasn't their only first round pick. He was their second first round pick. So you're talking about a team that needs to improve its pass rushers. You got Jalen Walker and James Pierce out of that. It's a pretty good day, in my opinion, for them. So, and then the other one I liked is, I love when teams with a franchise quarterback build around the franchise quarterback. I know that's a crazy thought. And we saw several teams do that last night. The Panthers did that with Ted McMillan. Now, we've talked about him during the season. And the thing I said about him is what you hear about from other reports. When that dude wants to be, he is a dude. I mean, he's long, he's athletic, he's fast, he's got great catch radius. And when he wants to be, he is borderline unguardable. I mean, he is a dude. But then there's times he just doesn't look like he really cares about being out there. And when kids like that always concern me when you give them lots of money. Very much concerns me. So you're taking a bit of a risk at 8, but the risk, if it pans out, you just gave your franchise quarterback a stud Pro Bowl wide receiver. And then the other one was, I liked what the Packers did, getting Matthew Golden for Jordan Love. But the other one I loved is drafting Josh Cornerly from Oregon to give you a left tackle for Jaden Daniels. So you saw a lot of teams last night that have young franchise quarterbacks trying to make moves to build around them. And even the Jaguars, even though I don't like what they gave up, that's what they were trying to do. We're trying to give a weapon to our franchise quarterback. So I thought that was good. I mean, the Bears taking Colson Loveland at 10. I don't like the pick, but they're trying to give their franchise quarterback another weapon. Like that was kind of one of the themes last night, and I think that's smart. That's what teams should do. Give your franchise quarterback, as someone who grew up in the John Elway era as a Broncos fan, and watch them every year just ignore giving John Elway weapons. You're like, that's how it should be done. And if you're Aaron Rodgers, you're like, seriously? I asked for this for 15 years, and you finally get a first-round draft pick, a receiver. So, yeah, I thought it was a good overall. I mean, it was some interesting moves. Now, some of these may not work, Trev. They may not pan out, but some of them made sense to me. Just, kind of studying teams and the one that left me the one that left me scratching my head the most. A lot of people are going to talk about Colson Loveland. I wouldn't have done that move, but I don't think it's like you're a bunch of idiots. It's like, okay, it's the Bears, but it is what it is. The one that I thought more than any other that you're just like, that's going to end up, I think, hurting you bad is the Bengals taking Shamar Stewart at number 17. Look, I get it. Former top 5-star player, freaky athleticism. But he is the epitome of, like, I like to talk about that scene in Moneyball. If he's a great hitter, how come he doesn't hit good? Like, if this guy's such a freak talent, how come he only has 4.5 career sacks as a defensive end in 3 years at Texas A&M? Like, okay, you took a guy at 17 that in 3 years could only get 4.5 sacks. It's like, okay, you better hope that pans out. But I didn't love that one. That was probably the biggest head scratcher of the night for me, to be honest with you. It was like, wow, okay, that's quite a gamble. It's quite a gamble with James Pierce and some other guys on the board. It's quite a gamble. Quite a gamble. So that was my takeaways. You have any thoughts on the draft last night, Trev?
No, that's fair enough. For me, a little bit of bias in there. I don't mind the pick because you're taking a guy with upside and you didn't take him inside of the top 10. You're going to have to develop him, but I do happen to have a decent amount of trust in the defensive coordinator that they have in Cincinnati now. So I'm going to be interested to see what he can do with that. As far as the moves that I liked, love the fact that the Colts were able to get Tyler Warren. That's a team that needed a tight end. I know you brought it up. I don't understand the tight end pick for the Bears. Just tight end in general. Even if they would have taken Tyler Warren, like I get supporting your franchise quarterback with weapons, but if he needs even more than Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, DeAndre Swift, Cole Kmet, Rome Odunze, and now Colston Loveland, it's like, what more do you want? I mean, you want him to trade for Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson next offseason too because you need more talent. Like they could have went with an interior offensive lineman. They could have went with an interior defensive lineman. I think that there's some other areas that the Bears needed before tight end, if I'm being honest. But in terms of the pick itself, I do like that they got a guy that I think complements Cole Kmet well. I mean, Cole Kmet's more of the attached tight end. He's bigger. He can block more. Colston Loveland's more of like the vertical threat tight end and how the Bears use him. So, I mean, if they didn't have all those other weapons, I'd have been like, okay, that makes, kind of makes a little bit of sense. But that pick was what it was. I thought Michael Williams went a little high to the 49ers, like right outside of the top 10. That one was interesting for me. And then
talk to me about that one, Trev, because like I want to hear your thoughts on it because I have some interesting thoughts on that as well. Why was that like a pick for you? Because I kind of feel that way too, and I have a feeling we're kind of on the same page.
For me, I always look at what a team has, if I'm being honest. And I guess you wanted to add a compliment opposite side of Nick Bosa. So I guess because the 49ers have been hunting for that for a while. They went and they tried to get like Chase Young. And then, so if you want to get Michael Williams, that's fine. I think part of his like name and playing at Georgia on the Georgia defense kind of carried him a little bit. He's a good player. Like I like him. I don't know if he's the 11th best pick in the NFL, but for me, I always look at what the team needs. And I think the 49ers could have gone elsewhere to get somebody else besides Michael Williams to help them. Like I don't have an issue with Michael Williams going 11th. It's just the 49ers with the 11th pick. It's kind of how I look at it. Thought it was interesting. What was your thoughts on Michael Williams?
Yeah. Again, speaking as someone who doesn't follow the specific teams like I used to, what I read about was they were looking for an edge rusher, and they're more of a power edge rushing team. I do know that. And when I look at a guy like Micah Williams, you're drafting a top 5 talent at number 11. The reason he's at 11 is because he doesn't have a top 5 motor or top 5 production. And so what you're banking on is that we got a top 5 player at a position of need, and we're banking on our culture to be able to get him to play the way he needs to play with the folks he needs to have. I don't know that that's going to work. But so I get the pick, but I also am like, I'm probably with you, Travis, like of the guys on the board at some of the positions you have needs, like that's an interesting pick. But they're one of several teams last night that took a flyer on basically an SEC lineman that's super athletic but doesn't produce. And this is exactly my point when I say the NFL has an SEC bias in the first round of the draft. You saw multiple average college football players get drafted because they're at SEC schools and they're really athletic. Like, that's what happened last night. I mean, there's nothing about Shamar Stewart's film that should tell anyone he's a first-round draft pick. I don't know that there's anything on his film that tells me he should be a day 2 draft pick. But SEC, and they see the tools. And we see that all the time. And that's why you see so many of these guys get kind of flame out. I mean, we see it a linebacker. This stuff happens all the time, Trev. And that's what I think we saw a little bit with Micah Williams. Now, the difference between Micah Williams and Shamar Stewart, for the comparison's sake of why I'm kind of okay with one, although I will say I think you and I are on the same page because we both see a lot of risk there. But the difference for me and with Micah Williams is there's a lot more proven production there. I mean, with Micah Williams, you're talking about a power end with 14 career sacks in 3 years. And let's see, 18, 14, 15, 21 and a half career tackles for loss at a school where he was splitting opportunities with some other studs. I get the Niners one a lot more than I get the Bengals one. So that's kind of where I look at it. It's a risky pick. It could end up being a boom for them. Like, wow, we got this 6'5", 265-pound power rusher that's a dude. Or you could be like, we wasted the number 11 pick on that. Like, that's how I think the Bengals are going to look back on this and be like, you wasted that pick. That's how I think the Bengals are going to end up looking back. Because, like, I just don't see how, like, you just don't see it very often where guys just don't do anything in college and all of a sudden they get to the pros and they're studs. Like, it happens. It just doesn't happen often.
I think the one pick that I wasn't the biggest fan of, and it's probably going to be kind of distasteful to some of the people in this chat, I didn't love the Raiders taking Ashton Genty, if I'm being honest with you. Not because he's reuniting with Dylan McCullough. That's cool. But I am a big believer that running backs with a lot of mileage should be going to teams that are kind of in win-now mode because the lifespan of a running back in the NFL is not that long.
Yeah.
Especially when you're the Raiders. I mean, there are a lot of players away. They did need a running back, so I like that pick. But I think there's other teams that are other places that he would have benefited from going from. So I don't know.
I think that Pete Carroll would probably push back on the notion that they're a ways away from winning. That's just his mindset. I don't think that's necessarily accurate. They went 4-13 last year, but I think that's his mindset. I don't think Pete Carroll thinks he has a window beyond 4 or 5 years. I mean, how old's Pete Carroll now? He's he's almost 70, right? I mean, he's 73. Pete Carroll's not looking at where the franchise is going to be 6-7 years from now. He's like, we got about a 3-4 year window for me to get another ring. And like, that's how I think he looks at it. You know, but like Dylan McCullough is my dude, so I'm just glad he got himself a stud to work with. But
sure.
And you know, look, you got Geno Smith at quarterback, so you're going to want to have somebody that can take some of that burden off of him. Yeah, it's an interesting one. But just overall, I think a back with that much tread on his tires at 6 is a question mark, no matter where you are with the rest of your team. I do somewhat agree with you on that. But as far as just like you got a good player, the guy from the Jets intrigues me a lot. He was just kind of okay last year and was like in his first full year starter, and he was really good this year. He very much intrigues me. Putting him with Olu Fashanu from last year, like, okay, you're getting your line set now. You got to go find the quarterback. But I don't hate. I know a lot of people are like, why would you do that? I'm like, you're trying to build an elite offensive line, and I think if you can do that, maybe you don't have as much of a need for a franchise quarterback. Just get a good quarterback, and you might be okay.
Yeah,
so,
just got Justin Fields this offseason. I'm be interested to see how that goes.
Yeah, we'll see how. That's a great way of putting it. I like the Buccaneers getting a Mecca Buka at 19 as well, giving Baker Mayfield another weapon with some of the bigger weapons he has outside. So Vikings getting Donovan Jackson was one that I liked as well. He's a really good player. So it was an interesting night. And then Jahad Campbell, the Eagles trading up one spot to get Jahad Campbell. Yeah, I saw something that this was interesting. First off-ball linebacker they've drafted in the first round since 1979.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. So, yeah, good stuff. Good NFL draft stuff. I used to love the NFL draft, so I do so many mock drafts. I didn't do a single mock draft this year. Just been so busy with other things. But, yeah, well, hopefully we'll hear a couple Notre Dame guys tonight. We'll see. Hopefully.
Super chat from John A1. Thank you, John. How many Notre Dame players that project to be in the two deep in 2025 do you see or elevate as special talents? And the second part is, are there any players on Notre Dame's roster that are potential generational players?
Well, let's define generational. So what do we mean by generational? When I think of generational, I look at it as not necessarily for you, but in general, the kind of player you get like about once a decade. That's what I view as generational. Do you view it more broadly than that, or wider time frame than that?
No.
Sometimes you can get multiple generational players within a 10-year period, which we saw at Notre Dame with Jeremiah, with Manti Te'o, and then 3 years later, then 1 year later you get Jeremiah Smith, or Jalen Smith. I wish they got Jeremiah Smith. That'd be fun. But then you saw that with the offensive line, with you get Quentin Nelson, and then you get Joe Alt, and you could argue maybe some other guys. I don't know that I'd consider Ronnie Stanley generational. He was really good, but Quentin Nelson was, and Joe Alt was. But that's kind of how I view it. And so when I look at generational players, I think there's several that have a chance to be that. I think Jeremiah Love has a chance to be that kind of player. I don't know that his production is there yet, but his talent certainly is, and his potential is. Leonard Moore is that kind of player. I think Bryce Young has a chance to be that kind of player. I think that sometimes it's a generational player because you haven't had a guy like that in a while, but I don't know that I'd put like Drake and Kingston in that category, really. I mean, I'm trying to think of like just elite of the elite, just like special, those type of guys. But the last one for me, honestly, is, like part of me would say like Jagasol, Gerby Lambert, Will Blacker, all that, because they're all like top 20 type of players. I think anytime you get like a legitimate, like elite 5-star guy, that's kind of a generational player, because not everybody gets those guys all the time. The last one for me is CJ Carr. This shouldn't come as a shock to anyone. I graded him as a 5-star recruit. I think he's a generational player at Notre Dame. I don't think guys like that at Notre Dame come along very often. So I'd put him in that one. First part, how many Notre Dame players that project to be in the two deep do you see or elevate as special talents? John, this is the thing that I'm most excited about with this season, is because I see a lot of that. I think Jeremiah Love is that kind of player, and I don't think he's the only back that has that kind of ability. A guy with special talents is somebody that's got something unique. I think Jeremiah's versatility and explosiveness is unique. I think Kedron's size, athleticism combination is rare. I think Charles Jagasol, Gerby Lambert, and Will Black all have special talents that could project us too deep. Will Black would be the one that maybe is the least too deep right now type of player. I don't know that any of the receivers I'd put in the special talents. I think they're really good. I think Jaden Greathouse is really good. I think Malachi Fields is really good. You could argue Malachi because he has that unique trait, 6'4", 220. There just aren't a lot of receivers like that. But I don't know that I'd call him a special talent. I think he's really good. Defensively, Boubacar's first step is about as good as you're going to see. Bryce Young has a guy that has special talent. Leonard Moore at corner is that kind of guy. Jadon Blair, I consider a too-deep guy. He is a special talent. There's a lot more on the roster right now than was before. And so those are all guys that there's others that you can point to. Kingston, Dre. I mean, there's other guys that have really high upsides, but I'm simply pointing to guys that have unique skills that not a lot of other guys have. There's ends with high upsides on the roster, but they're not 6'7", 260 with twitchiness. There's nobody that's got Boubacar's first step. There's nobody that's got Leonard Moore's length, speed, football IQ combination. There's nobody else that has Jadon Blair's unique size and speed and athleticism and football IQ standpoint. Like, and so the guys I pointed to aren't just really good players in Notre Dame. They're guys that I view as potentially being the best of the best in college football at their position. Jeremiah Love is that. Charles Jagasol could be that. Bryce Young could be that. Boubacar could be that. Leonard Moore could be that. Jadon Blair could be that. Perhaps Kingston in time could be that. So there are some guys like that, and it's way more than Notre Dame has had in the past. And then, of course, C.J. Carr, but I don't view C.J. as being that this year. That's more down the road. All the guys I just mentioned, I could see breaking out now this season as potentially being, which is why I didn't talk about Gerby and I didn't talk about Will Black in that regard yet, because I don't see I took John's question as for 2025. That's how I took it. So, yeah. Well, I'd actually say Eli Raridan too. There aren't a lot of guys that are his size that can run like him now that we see him healthy. What say you, Trev?
That came through like special talents on the roster for this season for Notre Dame.
He projects in the two that project to be in the two deep.
Yeah. Yeah, I would put Eli Raridan in that conversation. I'd put Malachi Fields in that conversation. And then obviously Jeremiah Love, Leonard Moore. None really that I don't really have any others outside of the players that you listed. So, no.
Good stuff.
Another one from John A1. Thank you, John. Part 1, how do you define a playmaker versus a game manager? Talking quarterbacks. We'll tackle these one at a time.
That's a good one. I mean, game manager is just you get the ball where it needs to go to, and because I define a game manager positively, not as like a where a lot of people define game manager, a guy that doesn't have a lot of ability, and it's game manager is kind of the same as system quarterback. He thrives because he's in a system that you're just going to thrive. I don't view a game. I think game manager is a positive. I think it's a compliment, not an insult in how I evaluate it. And a game manager to me is someone who doesn't necessarily have like special talent, but he's a guy doesn't have to. But sometimes you can be a special talent to be a game manager. To me, Peyton Manning was a game manager, not a playmaker, but his elite level of game managing allowed him to get the ball to his playmakers in an elite way. So like I said, that's one of the greatest quarterbacks to ever play the game. Peyton Manning wasn't the opposite of that. Is a playmaker to me is someone who can make plays outside of the structure of the offense. A game manager, someone who is elite within the structure of the offense. So if I'm defining CJ Carr, I'm putting CJ Carr in the game manager category because 99% of what he's going to do is going to be within the structure of the offense. Now there's varying degrees of how good you are in that level. And that's why I say for me, game manager is not an insult. Playmaker is more of the guy that makes plays outside the structure of the offense more so. And that's why you'd put a guy like Now, obviously, like Riley Leonard is not a game manager. He's a playmaker. You and I were talking about, no, I was talking about a buddy of mine, but you and I have talked about it in the past. I think Riley Leonard changed Marcus Freeman. And what I mean by that is Marcus Freeman had to get used to the fact that Riley Leonard was just going to make mistakes that a defensive coach is not going to be comfortable with. He was going to fumble the ball. He was going to get stopped on fourth down from time to time because he didn't make the right read. He was going to miss throws. He was going to throw picks. You're just like, come on, dude. What? But Marcus Freeman had to learn to live with that because he knew that the kid was just going to go make some things that you just can't teach. He was going to go make some plays that you just can't design for. You just have to say, okay, we're going to call plays, and then it's up to him if it's not there to go do something with it. And I think that kind of opened Marcus Freeman's eyes to there's different ways to win this thing. It doesn't always have to just be a guy that gets the ball where it's supposed to go. Sometimes that guy's not going to get the ball where it's supposed to go, but he's going to be able to do so much outside the structure of the offense. And then with it but there are also some playmakers that can dominate within the structure of offense if they're athletic guys that are runners. That's the other part of it too. So game managers also is more from a throwing game, getting the checks right, getting the protection set, making adjustments, making audibles, and then just being elite at getting the ball where it needs to get to. Like, look at Oklahoma back-to-back. Baker Mayfield, and how I define it, is a game manager. Kyler Murray, playmaker. Both elite. They go about playing the game very differently. It worked in the same offense in back-to-back years. So that to me, John, is and that's kind of point 1 and 2. That's how I define game manager versus playmaker, because I don't view game manager as an insult like a lot of people. Somebody in the chat just said game manager rides the bus. Strongly disagree with that. Strongly disagree with that. The way that many people define game manager, sure. Because when a lot of people think game manager, they think Brock Purdy, somebody in the chat used. That's not how I define game manager. I define Peyton Manning and Tom Brady as game managers because they're not doing the things that Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson and John Elway did, or Randall Cunningham did, or Michael Vick did. They are making sure that the ball, the checks are made, the calls are made, the adjustments are made, the receivers are supposed to, they're doing, picking apart the defense, reading the defense, and getting the ball to their playmakers. That's a game manager. So I don't accept what I believe to be kind of lazy views of a player, because otherwise you're then throwing everybody that's good into this one category of playmaker, when in reality you have to have a way to separate elite players like Joe Montana, Tom Brady, and Peyton Manning from guys like John Elway and Michael Vick and Brett Favre and Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson. Like, they're all elite, but they're very different in how you go about using those guys. And that's, to me, what the difference between a playmaker is and a game manager is. Now, sometimes playmakers become game managers when they get older, but even John Elway in Super Bowl 32, that playmaker that was in the back of his head came out a little bit, you know what I mean? And that's why, even though he could barely run, he runs and he dives and he gets spun around. Like, you're not seeing Peyton Manning doing that at 38 years old, you know? So that's kind of how I look at it. I flat out see a game manager is someone who, there's various levels. Some game managers are just riding the bus, but other game managers have big time talent and they can drive the bus. But it doesn't mean CJ Carr is going to be running around, scrambling, throwing the ball back. That's not who he is. But that doesn't mean he's not elite at what he does. That's how I separate the two.
Yeah, I definitely agree with what you said towards the end about how, like, varying degrees. Because to me, Brock Purdy is a game manager. He's just not on the elite level as what Peyton Manning. The same way, like Riley Leonard's a playmaker. He's not the same kind of playmaker Josh Allen's going to be in the NFL. But they're both playmakers.
Right. Or Lamar Jackson. Right.
Exactly. And so there are varying degrees. So when I look at Notre Dame specifically, Riley Leonard's a playmaker. Jack Cohn was a game manager. And, like, that's just how I would explain it to somebody if they were to ask. And the other points we kind of covered. That, you know, what definition applies to every quarterback on Notre Dame's roster. I know you said CJ Carr, elite level game manager. Kenny Minchie, I would put under playmaker.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Blake Hebert's probably more of the playmaker category as well. Noah Grubbs isn't going to be in more of the game manager category. That's how I'd put them. Somebody in the chat says, I always felt game manager leans on the run game and always makes a high percentage throws, risk mitigation. Again, I think that's a very not shallow, very narrow definition that is unnecessary. And it's because we've turned that definition into some sort of pejorative. It means you don't have talent. How are you managing the game if you're unwilling to take the post route that's there? How are you managing the game when you're not willing to take shots down the field? How are you managing the game when you're not willing to, on 3rd and 9, to say, look, I've got to look this safety off and make that's making a play, but that's not how people define playmaker.
Yeah.
You have to have an ability to separate types. And what's happened is playmaker means good and game manager means average. And I think that's lazy. I think game manager is a type. And within that type, there's levels of how good you are at it. And then in the other category, like Ian Book's a playmaker. He's not as good as Riley Leonard, in my opinion. But they're both playmakers. Ian Book was at his best when he was kind of playing outside of structure, scrambling around, throwing on the run, things like that. Doesn't mean he couldn't make plays in the pocket. So I just feel like it's an archetype. It's a type of player. Game manager is a type of skill set. And within that, there's varying levels of degrees of greatness. And a playmaker, otherwise you're going to say Lamar Jackson and Peyton Manning are both playmakers. How else do you define how else do you separate the two? What are you going to call Peyton Manning a game manager if your definition of game manager is what people in the chat are saying it is? No. So then you're going to call Peyton Manning a playmaker and act like he's like Michael Vick and Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen? They're very different players.
I think it's all in the context of making it like to the journey at the top of being a game changer. And you can do either or. You can do that by being a game manager or a playmaker to the varying level of degrees in which silo you're in. I mean, if you are a Brock Purdy, I wouldn't necessarily call you a game changer. There's playmakers that aren't elite level playmakers, but Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, like Pat Mahomes has a crazy bit, like his build and everything that he does dictates more game manager, but the stuff that he's able to do outside of the offense when plays break down, I would file him under playmaker. But in the same way that Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, a lot of the other quarterbacks you mentioned, they're all game changers. They just do it different ways.
There's a response in the chat that proves my point. Chief Brody said pocket passer can't be a playmaker. You're making my point for me. You're assuming that you can't make plays as a game manager. Even though I'm sitting there talking about hitting a backside post or hitting a go, or you're assuming that that's not a play. I just literally pointed to Peyton Manning and Tom Brady as game managers and Joe Montana as game managers. A pocket passer is a game manager. What does a pocket passer have to be great at? He has to be great at setting protections. He has to be great at reading the defense, pre and post snap. He has to be great at getting his players lined up correctly. You ever see a quarterback go like this to a guy, like move in? Because he knows that's got to be run at 6 yards off the edge, not 8 yards off the edge. Or go out because it's supposed to be run 8 yards off the edge, not 6 yards off the edge. Like, there's a reason that a receivers coach or an offensive coordinator say, hey, I need you to be 6 yards off the tackle, as opposed to 8. I remember talking to Mike Elko about that one time. He was like, this play was off because the safety was 1.5 yards too far inside. Like, that's it. That alignment caused that defensive coverage not to work. That little 1.5 yards difference. And then he's post-snap. He's got to be able to read the pressure. He's got to be able to read the defense. He's got to be able to anticipate what they're doing and get the ball where he needs to go. Now, that's going to result in him making that great throw that results in a 60-yard touchdown. That is a play being made, but the style is about him managing the game. Think about all the things that I just pointed to that a game manager has to do. That's a lot. That's managing the game. Now, playmakers have to do some of those things as well. But the style is they're going to do a lot more things outside of the structure of the call. Just like it doesn't mean that a playmaker can't sit in the pocket and read a defense. You guys got to stop taking these things as like, if I say you're this, then I'm insulting you and saying you can't be that. It's a style of play. And within that style of play, there's varying levels of how good you are. That's the point. And so when you say, well, pocket passer can't make plays, you're still missing the point because you're still trying to turn this into a pejorative, and it's not. That's not my fault. It's style of play. Both can be elite, but you have to have a way of just differentiating between Lamar Jackson and Peyton Manning when we talk about type of quarterback. You have to be able to say, this guy does this. It's like me saying CJ Carr is a game manager and Kenny Minchie is a playmaker. Doesn't mean Kenny Minchie can't read a defense, and it doesn't mean CJ Carr won't make some plays with his legs. But what's the primary reason that makes them as good as they are? That's the point. And that's what people have to, I think, understand. I think what we have done is we've allowed certain, because there's just so many people in the sphere of social media and stuff, that we take these words because people don't have the football. And I'm not talking about like in the chat. I'm talking about, because I think this stuff comes more from media driven. We have a lot of people that cover the sport that don't know the sport. And so they find these things that sound like, hey, this, you know, like you get all these draft experts that use these phrases and you're like, dude, you just heard somebody else say that. You don't really know what that means because you're not applying it correctly. You know, and we get a lot of these people that use these terms like game manager because they don't know how to explain it. They don't know how to describe it. And then it turns into this negative. It's like we want to insult, you know, use this word like, oh, it's a way to say that you're not good. I don't believe that at all. It's like deceptively athletic that gets used a lot for white athletes. It's deceptively fast. That's you're saying you're surprised that a white guy can run like that. You know what I mean? It's like there, and we've heard those expressions be used for black. He's like, he's actually really, really good. Can read a deep. Like you're surprised at these things happening. You don't have a way to explain it, so you find these things over here that you utilize because you don't have a better way of explaining it. And I think that's the exact what we're talking about here. Game managers ride the bus. They don't drive the bus. Okay, well then if Peyton Manning's not a game manager, you're gonna he's a playmaker. Okay, so then what's the difference between Peyton Manning and Lamar Jackson? What's the difference between Peyton Manning and John Elway? They're both playmakers. You're going to run the same offense with both of those guys? No. They played the game the same way? No. So that's my thing is I just think it can be lazy to take expressions and turn them into negatives because you don't have a better way of explaining it. That's what I think has happened. So rant number 1. It's a good question, though. Do you disagree with how I would call the quarterbacks in the roster, Trev?
No, it's just like I said before, it's all a road to get to being a game changer. And you can do it both ways. Neither one is negative. But they both can be negative if you're not elite at it.
Exactly.
Exactly. That's how it is.
You can be a speed back that can't read the defense and you're not going to be very good. And you can be a speed back that's amazing. You can be a power back that's not any good because you've got slow feed or you can't read the defense or whatever. And then you could be a power back that's amazing. Mm-hmm. It's a style. It's a style of play. So you're saying the power backs can't make big plays? Yeah, you can. Jerome Bettis did. You're going to say Jerome Bettis is the same kind of runner as Chris Johnson? No. They're both really good. It's a style. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Good question, though. All right. I think we have one more super chat that just popped up.
Super chat from ND Milton Fan. Thank you for the super chat. What are the rarest type of athletic profiles? What are some of the top and rarest athletes ever at Notre Dame in college football and in the NFL?
It used to be elite speed, but I don't think that's as rare anymore. There's a lot more guys can run now than it used to be. I think the rarest type of athletic profiles are bigger guys with elite that have the athleticism of smaller guys.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the rarest type. Like that's what made Shaquille O'Neal so unique. Shaquille O'Neal was 7'2", but he moved like a 6'8" guy. I mean, he was a different type of unique, rare athlete. I mean, I was listening to a conversation the other day about Wilt Chamberlain. Some guy was like, he was like a triple jumper, and he was like, some guy claimed he ran a 4.5. He's a track. Like, you just don't see 7-footers that are that athletic, that explosive. So I think it's the most rare type of athletic profiles are the bigger guys with those really unique athletic traits the explosive athletic traits, can change direction with ease. That's what made like Bo Jackson so unique. That's what made Herschel Walker so unique, because they were big running backs that could run like little running backs. And that I think is still the most rare form of athlete.
Yeah, to me, it's those hybrid athletes. It's what you said, and also the smaller profile players that can physically play like the bigger players. Like I still watch a lot of the NFL, mostly Bengals on Sundays. There's not a whole lot of things that Jamar Chase at 6 foot 6'1" can't make as far as contested catches that T. Higgins can or can't at 6'5". Those are the kind of receivers to me, like those style of players. It's those running backs that are 5'9", but they can take hits like a 6'1" guy. So I think it's those like hybrid kind of players. Like the running strength that I've seen from Kyron Williams in the league is reminiscent of a back much bigger than 5'9". And, but in the same light, Derrick Henry at 6'2" shouldn't be able to move like that. So those are the rarest types of athletic profiles. The hybrids of either bigger guys playing and having the athletic ability of smaller guys, or vice versa. Those are pretty crazy. And then the second part is some of the rarest athletes ever in Notre Dame college football or the NFL. So,
Some of the rarest athletes at Notre Dame, I mean, I'm trying to think of some. I mean, obviously, Rocket Ismail had a level of speed and explosiveness we just haven't seen a whole lot. I think sometimes rare athletes are also guys that are just able to thrive. Like, there's some athletes who are just elite football players that you put a baseball bat in their hands and they look ridiculous. I mean, or you put a bowling ball in their hands, or you put a basketball in their hands and they look just uncoordinated. I mean, some guys are, at the high school level can play all three. I mean, that's just a different type of athlete. But then you've got those rare guys that are elite at multiples. Like if Randy Moss wanted to, I think Randy Moss could have played in the NBA. People forget Dave Winfield, who's a Hall of Fame baseball player, was, I believe, drafted in the first round of the NBA draft because he was a really good high school or college basketball player at Minnesota. Danny Ainge for the Celtics, if you remember, was drafted high by the Toronto Blue Jays. John Elway was an elite baseball prospect. Played 1 year minor league baseball. Actually, I was looking this up because I watched that 83 for about the 83 draft, and they were talking about how good John Elway was at baseball, and I was like, was he really that good? So I looked it up, Trev. He played 1 year of minor league baseball. He played 42 games. He hit .318. He had a .432 on base percentage, .896 OPS. He had 6 doubles, 2 triples, 4 homers, 25 RBIs. He struck out 25 times, walked 28 times, and stole 13 bases in 42 games in A-ball for the Yankees. Like, okay, yeah, that's pretty freaking good after he just got done playing football. So Charlie Ward's kind of one. I don't quite put Charlie Ward in that category because I never thought Charlie Ward was a great basketball player. Like, if Charlie Ward decided to only play basketball, and he did in the NBA, and he was just kind of okay. If Deion Sanders wanted to just play baseball, he would have been an all-star multiple times. If Bo Jackson just wanted to play baseball, he'd have won MVPs. I mean, he actually was an all-star. Like, it's those guys that are really good at multiple sports, not just a guy that can play multiples. I mean, Charlie Ward's a unique athlete. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to take it away, but there's a difference between like Charlie Ward and Deion Sanders, or Bo Jackson, who's still, I think, the best example of that. Like Michael Jordan could hit well enough to, hang on a minor league team, but if he wasn't Michael Jordan, he was never going to play minor league baseball. Whereas if John Elway just decided he didn't want to play football anymore, he would have been a legit like, hey, let's go make this guy a baseball player. And that's the difference. Like Deion Sanders, I think would have been a all-star for years in the Major League Baseball if he wanted to be. And Bo Jackson could have been maybe the greatest running back to ever play if he wanted to be. Like there's a difference between that and Charlie Ward, who did focus on basketball and was still just kind of okay. That's the difference. Like in 1992, Deion Sanders played 97 games for the Braves, and he hit 304. He led the league in triples with 14. He stole 26 bases, had 6 doubles, 8 homers, drove in 28 runs. And that was after, he had played a full football season where he was an all-pro for the Falcons. And that's pretty good. That's a unique type of guy. Very unique type of guy. And there's been some guys like that, but just not a ton. Not a ton.
Fair enough. Iden Benami, Lawrence North and Indianapolis alum, home of Eric Montross, Greg Oden, and Mike Conley. Is Monchon Styles a legit 4-star or 5-star wide receiver? I don't think Lawrence North has had a player go to Notre Dame ever, for sure, since 2000.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. If they have gotten anybody or not, I don't remember anybody in recent history. But yeah, he's legit. He's a big time player. He's a legit top 50 type of guy. Yeah, he's big time. He's absolutely big time. Got a super chat from Iden Benami. Also, choose hard, live easy. Myron Tungavaloa Mosa, perfect for Notre Dame. Yeah, he certainly is that. He's very much a Notre Dame fit. There's no question about that.
Question from Skylar ND. What are 5 college football teams you feel better about after spring practice and 5 teams you feel less about coming out of spring? Go IB Nation. I mean, I guess if you could throw Notre Dame in there, I feel a lot better about Notre Dame after some of the things that we've discussed this week and after some of the things that we've seen this spring. Teams that I feel better about, if I'm just thinking about teams across the landscape of college football, I haven't really dug into many that aren't on Notre Dame's schedule yet to see how their springs have gone. For me, it's all been around Notre Dame's schedule. I haven't paid too much attention to Alabama or Ohio State or LSU. That's going to be coming here in the next few weeks as we start cranking out more content on a national scale. But the teams off the top of my head, and I'm not going to get to 5, teams off the top of my head that I feel less good about coming out of spring, Miami dropped down in the rankings for me of where I see them. They haven't made any portal additions, and I'm going through right now of Notre Dame's 2025 opponents and kind of tallying up their returning production. Not that great. Stanford is dropped for obvious reasons. I already didn't feel great. Now it's, if somebody were to ask me if they're going to go winless, I wouldn't have too much of an argument if somebody strongly believed that they did. So off the top of my head, those are the ones that I can think of.
Texas is one that I think this spring has been good for, not just because of spring ball and some guys stepping up for them this spring, but also they've had a pretty good portal session. Obviously getting the Murad Watson kid from Texas is good. They got a couple other winter D-tackle transfers, so they're going to have a nice little rotation inside of some big guys. They got Emmett Mosley's a nice pickup for them. I thought that was a good pickup for them. They could use another receiver. They got another big D-tackle from Maryland who's a solid player. So they're going to have some big boys up the middle. They got on top of the 2 kids they got in the winter. And I think their offensive line's kind of coming together. They're a team that I feel a little better about coming out of spring, Trev. I think Clemson had some young guys step up from what I read this spring that they needed to step up. And I read some good things about their offensive line really coming together. So I think that's a good sign for them. I feel good about them. And I do feel better about, I think Tennessee's in a better spot now than they were going into the spring. I don't care what anybody says. Nico was a headache in the locker room from everything I've heard. He was an overrated quarterback, and I feel like you got a better college quarterback. don't care about tools and all. I care about who's the better college quarterback. And I feel like sometimes, Trev, there's addition by subtraction. And that's how I feel about the Tennessee situation at quarterback. I also feel like this is going to be better for that next group of guys because there's going to be less drama in that room and they can just worry about developing. And so I actually feel like Tennessee, I don't know that it'll have a bigger impact, like it'll have a big impact on their win-loss record. I don't know that they'll win more games or that many more games. I just think as a team, I feel better about where they are. They have a better shot to maximize their potential as a program this year than I think they did before. You know how it is, Trev, man. So it's like this in the work environment. Sometimes it's like there's just this guy who's just so toxic that it's uncomfortable being here all the time. And when that guy leaves, whether he gets fired or it's just like, oh man, going to work was really nice today. I enjoyed being because I didn't have to walk around on eggshells and worry about this and worry about that. And then we're showing up at these events and then he's not showing up. And there's that awkwardness of this and that. And it just, I feel good about it because I like Joey Aguilar. I've said this before. I think that was a good pickup. And I just think as a culture of the team, it's going to be a little better than what it was. I think a team that I don't feel as good about, and this has nothing to do with Steve Angeli, Syracuse had a really rough spring portal season. So it's not so much spring practice that concerns me about Syracuse. It's the departures they had after spring practice that concerns me. Losing Pena to the portal, losing Watson. They lost 2 starting offensive linemen. That's concerning for me if I'm Syracuse. Again, it has nothing to do with Steve Angeli. This isn't a shot at Steve. This, if anything, their quarterback room, as long as everybody stays, now has more depth in it. It's about the guys that were lost in the portal. That Syracuse is a tougher spot to me than they were because that's some good players coming back. If everybody would have stayed, Syracuse could have maybe been a 8, 9 to 10 win team again. But it's going to be a little bit tougher now, I think, because of all those losses. And I don't know that they added guys in the portal that are going to replace the guys they lost. So, and their schedule this year is way harder than it was a year ago.
Yeah, little nugget for you about Syracuse. Of the 3 returning running backs they have on their roster and on their depth chart projected, they have 1 touchdown total between the 3 of them, rushing and receiving. And they lost Trevor Pena. That's Yep. Syracuse is a good one.
Murad Watson at D tackle. I mean, he was a freshman All-American last year, I believe. I mean, they lost a lot. They lost a lot. I like you, Trev. A lot of others. I'm gonna have to I didn't pay a lot of attention to Ohio State spring to see who won battles and who stepped up. We'll do some of that stuff over this next month and talk a lot more about that over the spring.
Yeah.
I want to read this one, Trev. This is a super chat from Ryan Elliott. Hey guys, just started listening today. So I'm way behind, and this may have already been addressed. Do you feel like Morrison's injuries are the reason he fell as far as he did? The number of corners ahead of him surprised me. Appreciate the content. So I appreciate that, Ryan. I don't think Ryan is saying he just started listening to the show today. I think he's saying, overall, I think he's saying he started listening to this show today because I think I've seen Ryan before. But if I'm wrong, Ryan, then let me know, and I will gladly welcome you to Irish Breakdown. But yeah, I think that's absolutely. I mean, it's the same reason Will Johnson didn't get picked higher. Now, I think it's both of them. It's injury related, and the fear that the injuries are not going to be things that are guaranteed to be better. That's the problem with injuries. Is if a guy has a torn ACL, look, it's fine. The procedure is fine. There was no further structural damage. Once he recovers, he should be good to go. There's injuries like that. And then there's other injuries like an Achilles where you're I don't know if this guy's going to be the same athlete when he gets back. And then there's other injuries that just don't heal right. And or there's one of the things that happened with Terrell Davis when he blew his knee out was not just the severity of it, but there were other complications that arose, arthritic type of things that arose from the injury that just weren't going to go away. And so he was never going to be the same athlete that he was. And I think that's a concern with Will Johnson. I've read some stuff about that where there's some teams that are concerned about Will Johnson ever being healthy again, fully that guy again. And I think that's a concern with Benjamin as well. So I don't have any proof of that. I just know what people thought of him before, and I know the fact that there was only like 20 to 25 scouts at his pro day tells me that there's just people that don't think he's the guy he was before. That's just like if Benjamin Morrison played this whole year, 16 games, and was the guy that we know him to be, and he decided to hold his own workout, I don't think there's an NFL team that would have missed that. So I think that was a little bit of a red flag to me for that one.
Yeah, just based on his coverage ability and what he put up statistically in his time in college, he should have been a top 15 pick, but you compound the injuries. He is a little undersized, and that was always going to work against him. But then injuries on top of that is kind of what did him in, unfortunately. But I would be shocked if he didn't go at some point today.
I hope so. I really do. I really hope so. He's a good kid. You know, he's a cat. I mean, he is. He is. It's unfortunate.
Aiden Benami, if you were a UCLA fan 2 weeks ago, would you still be supporting them now after Nico and his brother came back? Feels gross and desperate, but hard not to root for your team.
Of course, I'd still support the team. You can. Here's the thing that we have to understand, guys. You can support something and still not like everything that they do. Like when did being a fan of someone meant that we had to just agree with everything they say or do? Like that has it always been that way? Because I don't remember it being that way. It's okay to be like, dude, I think Marcus Freeman's doing a great job. I think Joe Rudolph does some nice things, but this particular thing I don't agree with. And it doesn't mean I say he thinks he sucks. It just, oh, you're a hater. No, I'm not. Like somebody in the chat was like, Ian Book haters. I'm not an Ian Book hater. I'm just honest about my opinion of Ian Book, who I think was an average quarterback. Doesn't mean I'm a hater. It's an opinion. I could be wrong, but it's an analysis. It's not about hate. So to Aiden's question, if I was a fan of UCLA 2 weeks ago, would I still support them now? Of course I'd still support them as a team now. I would be hammering from them for this decision, though. I'd be saying you have sacrificed. You are putting your career at UCLA on the line for that family, and I would never do that. And I would especially not like it as a UCLA fan because one of our own is our head coach. We want him to be successful. Deshaun Foster, one of the greatest players ever to play at UCLA, is the head coach. I have a vested interest beyond just being a fan of the program. One of my favorite, it'd be kind of like Jerome Bettis coming back and being the head coach, or Brady Quinn coming back and being the head coach. Like that's how I view it being a UCLA fan with Deshaun Foster coming back. And I don't want to see him fail because he decided to kind of hitch his wagon to a family that I just don't think is one that I support how they go about it. I don't think they're winners. I think they're all this whole thing for themselves. Like I don't view it that way. And so I'd be critical of that, but I'd still be a fan. If something like this is going to make you not be a fan of a team anymore, because they signed a couple quarterbacks with bad attitudes, like you weren't much of a fan to begin with, which actually would track with West Coast fans. I'm kidding, West Coast fans. I'm just joking with you. But, yeah, I just may say maybe I'll pay him a little bit more attention to basketball this year, but I'd still be a UCLA fan.
Yeah, the best analogy that I can come up with is, look, I wasn't the biggest fan of Brian Kelly when he was in South Bend. I really wasn't. But that didn't mean every single year I hope Notre Dame would go 4-8 to hopefully get him out of town sooner to try to prove a point for me to say, see, I told you he was bad. So, no, I would still be a fan. There's been players and there's been decisions made in starting lineups at Notre Dame that I haven't been the biggest fan of. But just because I haven't been a big fan of it doesn't mean I want the team and the rest of the fan base to have a horrible season because of that decision. So that's where I'm at. Coach Bent 574 with a two-parter. Who is the first person from a rival team that you found it hard to root against once you found out about strictly because of their good deeds? As a 40-year-old, for me, it was Warwick Dunn. I truly hated Florida State, guys even in the NFL, but he made it hard. Are there any current guys that you feel the same way about?
Warwick's a great one. I mean, he when you hear his story and what he had to overcome to find the success he had, I think his mom was killed, right? Wasn't she? I think a sheriff, and she got killed, I think, in the line of duty, if I remember correctly. And what he had to do, and then how he has, like, it's not even just like raising money for a charity. Like, the things they do are life-changing. They build homes for people. Like, that is a big thing. And when you hear people, anytime I hear about someone using their fame and their fortune and their gifts that God gave them to better other people around them, people, especially people they don't know, how can you not respect the heck out of that person? So Warwick Dunn is definitely one of those for me. I'd have to sit and think more about this coach, but there's been several guys over the years that you find out that, like, are, wow, that's like Deion Sanders. I disliked him for a long, long time. And there's still a lot of things about Deion Sanders that just kind of annoy me. Just like, dude, you don't have to be that way. But then you hear from people about how involved he is in the community. And I had an experience with Deion Sanders when I was in college, where I was working Art Monk's football camp, and I was still in college. And Deion, I believe at the time, was playing for the Redskins. And all the players, all the kids were like super excited to meet Deion and all these type of things. And the younger kids had to go to the camp before he got there. He was late. And a lot of famous people will get there and they'll just kind of go do their thing, sign their thing, and then be out. And he came back and stayed for hours and waited on the younger kids to get back. And just to be around him. And you're just like, you could just see how he interacted, how he just, this is a guy that came up hard. If you know where Deion's from, it's like he came up hard. But to see, like, his joy in the joy of how other young people were reacting to him. It wasn't like, look at me and all these people worship me. It was like he got joy out of the joy that others were getting and meeting him. That meant something to me. Like, and I know primetime annoys people, but like, you know what? I can live with that if this is also what he's doing in the community. And you've heard things about, I've heard a lot of stories about, how many young people he's taken under his wing. Some of them are like Travis Hunter, but there's been a lot of guys who don't have Travis Hunter's talent that Deion takes under his wing because he's not trying to use him for coaching. This is way before he was going to get into coaching, because he just wants to make an impact in the lives of young men. We may disagree on this path or that avenue or whatever, but the heart's there. And he was a guy that for a long time I disliked a lot as a player. I don't often dislike guys as people unless they do stuff off the field that makes me want to dislike them as people. But that was one. And I actually had a pretty cool experience with Stephen Davis as well that I've shared before. But a lot of the guys that I've met that have been real, that, like Ken Griffey Jr., I've met a couple times, and I've heard a lot of stories about from people that knew him about things he would do. He would show up at the Children's Hospital and tell the Reds media people, don't tell the media that I'm going to be there, because he just wanted to be there with his people, and just without all the media attention, he just wanted to be there with the kids. You hear stuff like that. There's a lot. I had some friends that played it in the NFL, and the thing that they told me is there's a lot more athletes like that than you think. It's just the media has no interest in covering that. Like, they cared more about all of the drama with Ryan Leaf than they did about the guy that was going out and raising $100,000 for a homeless shelter. There's no, that doesn't sell. We like stories as fans that tear people down, that we like the drama. It's our soap operas. You know what I mean? But there's a lot more professional athletes that are that way than the ones that we look at and you're like, you've got 9 kids from 8 different women and you're just pretty much a worthless human being. You're just really fast. That's not the norm from what I have learned from my friends who are at that level. It's most of them are actually like, look, I've been blessed. I came up hard. I want to do this. Like you heard about last night with Derek Harmon. Yeah. The D tackle, like one of the big expenses he had with his NIL package, he used it to build this like specialty van for his mom to be able to go around. Like, there's a lot more kids like that than we want to give credit for, because it doesn't sell. It's not drama. It's like if I wrote an article about a Notre Dame player and doing something for charity, there'd be people like, oh, that's really cool. But then if I wrote some story about how some Notre Dame player got in trouble with the law, that would get 10 times more clicks than the story about the kid making an impact in his community. Sadly, that's true. And we all know that's true. There's a lot more guys like that than you think.
Oh, I believe that. Yeah, absolutely. Coach, and pertains to your question, I've never found it hard to root against them, but that doesn't mean I then don't respect what they did outside of the field. Notre Dame plays against a team this year, or if the Bengals play against a team this year where they have a Walter Payton Man of the Year candidate because they're doing a lot with mental health and building homeless shelters and all that. I can respect that. I also hope that the team that I'm rooting for wins 50-0. And I also hope that that wouldn't impact what you wanted to do off the field. But I've never found it hard because I kind of take pride into being able to separate the two. It's like, oh, man, I really want to win, but that's such a good guy. Like even when I played, like I had friends that played across town from us in high school. I hoped we would beat them 70-0. But then after the game, I would hope that we would link up and go to a bonfire and hang out and talk about where we were all going to go to college, whatnot. But it's never impeded my judgment between the white lines, I guess. It's kind of where I'm at. But it's never taken away from the respect I have from anybody doing that either. So. Paul Hamilton, why was Jimmy Clausen not successful in the NFL?
I think the biggest reason is he was never the same player he was never the same athlete after the foot injury. And he didn't have enough arm talent or arm strength and arm talent for the NFL to overcome the fact he just couldn't move. He was never a great athlete, but you go back, watch high school film of Jimmy Clausen. Even just his drop back speed and his ability to move around the pocket was way better in high school and even as a freshman than it was in 2009. Because he had a very bad foot injury. There's been some debates that, it didn't get treated correctly at Notre Dame. I don't know about all that, but I know this. He played through it for 2 years, and it just got worse and worse, and he just wasn't the same athlete after that. And he couldn't move. And in the NFL, if you're a quarterback that can't move, you better have a bazooka for an arm, and that still may not be enough. So I just think that the fact that a guy that wasn't overly athletic to begin with got way more unathletic was a bad recipe for the era he was playing in. I think that really, and again, he had a great arm for college. I don't know that he had an elite NFL arm. So, I mean, you can put the ball where you want, but if it's a couple miles an hour slower than what the other guy's doing, it's going to be a breakup in the NFL, not a completion. In college, it's a completion. In the NFL, it's not. I think it's a lot of it's that. Which you could say, okay, that's disappointing, but for the people who dislike Jimmy Clausen, keep that in mind. He sacrificed his NFL future to play at Notre Dame, meaning a lot of guys would have who only cared about the next level would have just shut it down. I'm shutting it down. I'm gonna get healthy, and he didn't. He played through it because he was a competitive dude. He wasn't, he wasn't the greatest leader, and some people, but the kid played hard. And there's other people that I know that know him that did like him. That's, he's a very polarizing guy. A lot of it's just because of how he showed up. But he played through a lot at Notre Dame, physically a lot. And it just sapped a lot of the stuff away from him. He just wasn't the same player when he got to the NFL.
It's unfortunate. USMA 87, someone in the chat posted that Notre Dame players have until Sunday to declare for the portal. Is that true?
No. So what it is Notre Dame will have until Sunday to announce or put players into the portal that give them the paperwork. So basically you have to file your paperwork by 5:00 Eastern, or is it 5:00 wherever you live? So I think it's 5:00. If it's California, you have until 5:00 your time, meaning if you go to USC, you have 5:00 your time, I believe. But they have until 5:00 to file the paperwork with Notre Dame. Then Notre Dame has 48 hours before they have to put it into the official portal. It's an actual thing. The portal's a thing that people go to and see who from what schools are in the portal. And then they have, is it a contact, no contact, whatever tag, and I know whether I can reach out to that kid. So it's actually, a kid could declare right now, could go in there, Brian Driscoll goes into Marcus Freeman and says, Coach, I'm ready to come back next year. And Coach Freeman goes, well, yeah, but you stink and you need to play somewhere else. And so you're out of here. So I go down to the office. I put my paperwork in at 2:20, and then they don't have to announce it till Sunday at 2:20. They have until Sunday to 2:20 to file it. Now, they may do it right away. They may do it tomorrow. They may do it Sunday. But that's what that means. But if you don't get your paperwork in until Sunday, you will be disappointed to find out that you will have to stay at Notre Dame because you missed your window. Yeah. So that's how that goes. And then I think we addressed this from USMA. Trev, did the Jags overpay for Hunter? We both believe that they did. They got a great football player. I just think they gave up a lot to get him.
Mm-hmm. Cajun Domer, given Marcus Freeman hires have been, in my opinion, solid at the worst. And Chris Ash has been encouraging thus far. Have you seen anything from Ash in the past that is concerning from an in-game or prep standpoint?
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, not all of his defenses were good. And if you talk to a lot of people at Ohio State, they'll tell you a big reason he was good there was because he was with Luke Fickell as well. They were kind of co-coordinators. And there were other people who tell you, well, part of the reason he was successful at Wisconsin is because he was with Brett Bielema. But at Arkansas, they were terrible. And then at Texas, he was terrible. So I think that's where it's come from. But my issues with Chris Ash's hire had more to do with how would he fit at Notre Dame as a coach in regard to how he has a long reputation of how he interacts with people. Now, that may have changed. We all get humbled sometimes, Trev. Right? I thank God that I don't act the same way I do now with people that I do 10 years ago. Now, it pops up every now and then, but I'm not the same way. I'd be a different coach today than I was 10, 15, 20 years ago. So maybe he's changed and improved, and so far it sounds like he has. But as far as in-game or prep standpoint, it's just about he's kind of running the show. And the last time he won a national title, he was not running the show in the same way. And so that would be my concern. That's what I keep saying, like, look, he's just got to show us. Like, I love everything I'm hearing, but he's got to show us. That's really the big thing. Hey, Trev, real quick. We're getting really bad storms here right now. If I freeze or go away, just remove me and keep rolling until I get back or not. And if for some reason my internet goes out, I'll let you know. But just wanted to give you a heads up on that.
Okay.
Better tell you now than after the fact.
It's like, man, Brian's really thinking about this.
Yeah, and it'd be like that. It'd be like some stupid face, that I'd like, oh, man, that's up there for 5 minutes. So go ahead and take me down there from there, Trev, and we'll be good to go.
You got it. Zach Martin, what do you think are the primary reasons we haven't heard anything about Notre Dame guys in the portal yet?
Well, part of it is because some of the guys that were going to go in the portal that didn't want to go in the portal don't have to go in the portal now, and that's some of the walk-ons. So that's a big piece of it, which is great for them. But I honestly am curious to know why some other guys haven't jumped in the portal yet. Now, we don't know that they haven't. There may have been guys that went in yesterday that the staff is like, look, we're not going to submit it yet because we're still trying to talk you into staying. Part of it is also timing. So Notre Dame didn't finish practice until this week. They scheduled their exit interviews for like Wednesday and Thursday. A lot of them were on Thursday. So, maybe some kids who were going to leave were talked out of leaving. I think another part is guys just like it here, and I still expect some guys to jump in from what I'm told, but it's like the longer this goes and I haven't heard that it's happened, it's like, I do think there are some guys that we were told are going to transfer that have been talked out of transferring. We'll see. But I think that the timing is partly why, because they were finishing spring and exit interviews and all that other kind of stuff, on top of the changes to the scholarship limit.
Makes sense.
So,
another one from Coach Bent 574. If you could choose to permanently fix either the portal, NIL, and conference affiliation, or change the playoff and bowl system as you see fit, which do you choose?
I would absolutely fix the portal, NIL, and conference affiliation, and that's not even something I think twice about. I don't really care if the system for picking a champion is all that bad. It's still going to be interesting. I hated the BCS, still watched it and loved it every year.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and matter of fact, that kind of thing is, I wish that was all we had to argue about anymore, was that. I wish. If I could fix the other things, it would be, and you know, we should talk about this over the summer, Trev. We should do a show where we talk about what we think needs to be done to actually fix these things. Because a lot of times when you say NIL is broken, people are like, what are you against players being played or players being paid? I'm like, no, you simpleton. I have no problem with players being paid. I have a problem with the way it's being done now. You know, and I can think outside of, you know, past my nose and explain why. You know, players should have the freedom to transfer. They always had the freedom to transfer. That's no different than it is now. It's just the way that it should be. So we should be able to go back and maybe have some conversations about that. I think that would be very an interesting summer discussion for a show, but I would absolutely fix that. I would, if they do that, go to 16 teams for all I care. If you fix the portal and NIL and the conference affiliation, dude, you can go back to the old BCS system for all. You could even do what I think is the worst scenario, which is go back to letting voters pick the champion. I'd rather do that than having the perfect playoff system with all this nonsense jacked up. So yeah, that's where I'm at. That was always, I thought, dumb. You're letting a lot of people who don't know football decide your champion in football. Okay, that makes total sense. Sure.
Yep, I see it the same way on this side of the screen. ND, it just means more. Dart drafted before Sanders. Thoughts? Dart is Daniel Jones 2.0.
He may be, but let's not forget Daniel Jones did enough at one point in time to earn a $50 million contract. So if Jackson Dart's Daniel Jones 2.0, that would mean he's a better version of Daniel Jones yet, right? Which means he's going to someday get a $50 million pay raise or a contract. I'm not against it. I said yesterday, Trev, I don't view Shedeur Sanders as a first-round quarterback. I don't. I think he's a smart quarterback. I think he's got a good arm. It's not a great arm. He showed some toughness this year that he didn't in the past. You can't watch him play and not see the football IQ. I mean, he has it. There's no doubt. I just don't think he's a decent athlete. I just don't think he cares about running. I think most of my issues with Shedeur, the biggest football issues I have with him is I just don't think he has a great arm. Like, I think he's got arm talent, but he doesn't have a really strong arm. There's throws he makes in the Big 12 that he's just not making those throws in the NFL. I don't think he's a great processor. He's a good processor. He's not a bad processor. He's just good at it. But he's smart, but there's something in him where you can tell he knows the offense. But there's something in him that kind of that trigger doesn't quite fire consistently as well as it does maybe for other guys. And I think that times that kind of hurts him a little bit, which caused him to be just a little late on throws at times. The biggest issue I have with him, though, are more off the field and just the lack of what I see as leadership. I don't say character because I've never heard of Shedeur Sanders getting in trouble. But it's just like, just even last night, like the legendary thing with all the hats, and then you got your own thing. You got this giant. I'm like, bro, you have lost your way. You are trying to be your dad. The difference is that's just who your dad was. You are a spoiled, entitled version of your dad. Not it's just not good. And some of the things that just like, does this guy really care about being the leader of a franchise, or does this guy care about being the leader of his brand? That's a big problem for me. I hear none of those things about Jackson Dart. You hear none of those things about Cam Ward this year. And that's just kind of how I feel about him. So I'm not a huge Shedeur Sanders fan as a quarterback. I don't think Jackson Dart's a first rounder either. But I have no problem if a team would rather take a chance on Jackson Dart, because I think Jackson Dart has some of the physical tools that Shedeur lacks. I think he's got some of the same issues that Shedeur has. I don't think he's a great processor either. His production in a lot of ways came from the system he plays in. Every quarterback in that system produces. So I think he's got some of those same issues. The difference is he's a better athlete and he's got a lot better arm. and then he doesn't have the same off the field character issues. So I have no problem with Jackson Dart going ahead of Shedeur Sanders. I wouldn't have drafted him 24th, but I also am not just like I wouldn't have been like, oh, the Giants are stupid for taking Shedeur Sanders at 24. Same reaction. Like, it's too high, but you're getting one of the second or third best quarterback in the draft, and you need a quarterback. Okay. It's a little risky, but we'll see. If I had to take a chance on one of the two, I'd probably go for Jackson Dart. And I'm not a huge Jackson Dart fan either. I don't know that there's a single definite franchise quarterback in this draft, and that includes Cam Ward.
Oh, I'm with that 100%. I'm higher on Jackson Dart than most. I would not call him Daniel Jones 2.0. I think their playing styles are different. I'm not with you there, Andy. It just means more. I was out on Shedeur Sanders after an interview that he did post-game this past season where he was asked about something about like offensive inefficiency, and he was just like, well, it'd be helpful if I had more time. Like, look, man, if you're a starting quarterback and you're just so willing to, in a post-game press conference, throw your offensive line under the bus, that's all I need to know.
And did it in such a childish manner. Mm-hmm. Like, he's like, well, how many times did he get sacked? Really? Mm-hmm. Really? Okay.
That right there showed me all I needed to know. And I was like, okay, that's – and there were people who were baffled that he didn't go in the first round. It's like, hey, look, man, you kind of have to be more than a slightly above average arm talent to be successful in the NFL.
Right.
You do. So, yeah. Iden Benami, thank you, Poles and the Bears, for allowing the Colts to get Tyler Warren. Love the pick. Not sure many other people think Loveland is better. LOL, old Bears. Warren is an absolute dog.
I saw a lot of NFL draft analysts on Twitter for months making the case that Colson Loveland's better than Tyler Warren. And there's this group of Twitter draft analysts that just will pick apart Tyler Warren's game nonstop. And I'm like, look, all I know is Ohio State couldn't guard him, and neither could Notre Dame. And those are two pretty good, darn good offenses. That's all I know. And, but yeah, if you're a Colts fan, you're probably loving that pick because you got a pretty good football player.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of weapon that if Anthony Richardson's going to be successful, he needs a weapon like that, in my opinion.
Yeah.
It's a big if, but if he's going to be successful, that's the kind of player he needs.
I'll keep my Anthony Richardson comments to myself, but it was a good pick for the Colts.
But look, here's the deal. Whatever you feel about Anthony Richardson, what you can't deny is that Chris, what's his name? Chris, what's their GM's name? It's Chris
Ballard.
Ballard, yeah. He's given the guy tons of weapons. He's got Jonathan Taylor at running back. He's got Michael Pittman. He's got Alec Pierce. He's got Josh Downs. They drafted Anthony Gould. They got A.D. Mitchell last year. Like, you can't, and then they drafted Tyler Warren this year. You can't say he's not doing everything possible to put a team around him to win. And the reason that's smart is twofold. Number one is you can then know, is our quarterback really good or not? And this isn't a situation like with Bryce Young for the Panthers, I still think there's a reason to say, I don't know that you can really evaluate whether he is or isn't the answer because he's in a situation where I don't know how many quarterbacks could thrive in that situation right now.
Agreed.
Especially young quarterbacks. You're going to know with Anthony Richardson if he is that guy or not because there's no excuses right now with the talent you've put around him. The reason that's a good thing is because if he's not the answer, whoever you go out and get to replace him is walking into a pretty good situation. And that's why I think it's smart because then there'll never be a what if. What if we would have done this, or this when you look at the Colts? You got to give Chris Ballard a lot of credit for that. I still say you are the one who made the big mistake taking that kid with that little experience that high, but once you've done it, build around him. And he is. Because, don't you think, Trev, if, let's say Anthony Richardson's just not the guy. And they go out there and let's say this year, next year, they're sitting there in the third or fourth round and some really good quarterback comes along that you draft and you're just like, you know what? Like a Brock Purdy type that you take later in the draft and Anthony's not the guy. Now you've got this other good, smart, game manager type of quarterback that maybe is not the elite talent of the other guy. Doesn't have to be because of the weapons you have around him, right? Like that's the thing is part of what Brock Purdy's success is that, and this isn't a pejorative. I don't think a bad quarterback, a bad talent can thrive in the NFL. I don't care who he has around him. Brock Purdy doesn't have the success he's had for as long as he's had if he's just a bad football player that's just surrounded by great players. I don't think that. I don't think he's as good as maybe some of his supporters think he is, but I think there's kind of a common ground. But the point is, you have a good football player that you get later, but if you put enough talent around him, you can win a lot of football games because you're not asking the quarterback to have to carry you the way that some teams have asked quarterbacks to carry their team. And, look, say what you want about the Colts, man, but when they got Peyton Manning, they didn't just say, well, we got Peyton, we're good. No, they kept, okay, we got Marvin Harrison. Let's go get Reggie Wayne. Let's go get, Edger and James. Let's go get, and they put talent around him. And they won. And I think that's ultimately what smart teams do. And that's what Chris Ballard is at least trying to do, I think, with the way he's drafted in recent seasons.
Yeah, I think all that is spot on. The only thing that I'm going to say is Chris Ballard, his decisions at quarterback, whether it's bringing him in free agency or drafting them, has been horrible.
Agree.
And that's where it makes me nervous of like, okay, the Colts have built up this team. Now it's time for him to go out and get a quarterback. It's like, okay, well, then he's just going to go get another Anthony Richardson or bring in a 39-year-old quarterback.
Well, didn't they get Daniel Jones this offseason?
Yeah.
I think Daniel Jones could be somewhat successful with the talent they have around him. There's always going to be a lower ceiling. But again, unlike the Giants, you wouldn't be asking Daniel Jones to go in there and carry the team.
Mm-hmm. Paul Hamilton, do you think the media built Shedeur Sanders up during the draft process just to tear him down after he fell out of the first round? I heard most teams didn't view him as a first rounder.
I don't think they did that with Shedeur. I think they did that with Deion. I've said this. They did that with Deion his first year, that they hyped up Colorado so that way they're going to get clicks no matter what. If they win, they can be like, ha, see, we told you a Colorado story. And if they lost, they could pick apart every little thing that Deion did. And you knew he was going to give you reasons to write negative things about him. I think in this case, I just think they fell for the hype. I think a lot of times, like I'm watching I had to turn off ESPN last night. I had to go, I think I turned it over to ABC and the NFL Network, which says a lot because it didn't matter who got drafted. Mel Kiper was going to try to turn the conversation around to Shedeur Sanders. And it was just like, we've talked about Shedeur Sanders more than any player. Like how ESPN handled Cam Ward being picked number 1 and how quickly they transitioned to talking about Shedeur, I thought was disrespectful and frustrating, very frustrating. But they created him because they just thought it was going to be a lot of clicks and it was going to be interesting. But I don't think that Mel Kiper acted the way he acted last night because he wanted to tear Shedeur down. I think he genuinely believed what he believed. And this isn't the first time. I mean, he was kind of indignant when Jimmy Clausen kept falling back in the day. Remember, he was very high on Jimmy Clausen. This isn't the first time that Mel's kind of lost his mind because the guy he had really high fell very far. So I think it's just there's too many people that look at quarterbacks, especially now, and say, well, look at the numbers, look at the stats, and don't actually like study the film and say, how does that game translate to the next level? And some people just aren't great at evaluating quarterbacks. Mel Kiper's never been great at evaluating quarterbacks. Some people just aren't. Chris Ballard, I think Chris Ballard's a really smart football guy. That just seems to be a little bit of his kryptonite, is evaluating that position. So I think that is kind of where it goes. I think a big part of the reason that the broadcast hyped up Shedeur Sanders is because it sells. I don't think that's necessarily true about like every individual that hyped him up. Like I think Mel Kiper genuinely believes what he believes about Shedeur Sanders. I just think he's wrong. And I was frustrated with the manner in which he kept obsessing over it last night. That was my frustration. But never once have I ever been like, I don't think Mel Kiper really believes what he's saying right now. There's a lot of people on ESPN that I'm like, I don't think he believes what he's saying right now. And I don't believe that to be true about Mel. But the broadcast in general of why like the lead guys would keep going back to Shador, clicks, money, revenue, that's what I think it's about. So it's a little bit of both. But I don't think I didn't get a sense from any of the channels I watched last night that anyone's trying to tear Shador down. Even people who are offering like, yeah, maybe he's not as good as you think he is type of arguments. We're talking football. It's never tearing someone down or being a hater when you make a legitimate football argument for why a guy's not that good. I'm not an Ian Book hater. I know ball. I can watch film and I can say he's not as good as you think he is. It's the same conversation we had about Steve Angeli. I'm not a hater of Steve Angeli. I actually rather like the young man. But I also am not going to lie to you about what I see on film to make you feel better or so that I can be like everybody else. And, I'm willing to go out on a limb and say, I don't agree with the common sentiment about Steve Angeli. I think this because why? Because that's my honest opinion. It's not hate. I think a lot of people that hyped up Shador, just part of it was kind of going along with the hype. Some of it, they see stats and they get kind of sucked in by the flash because they don't know ball. That's the reality of it. It's like, Trev, you and I were talking about this when we saw a post that somebody made about the Notre Dame quarterback depth chart. Trev was like, tell me you don't know ball without telling me you don't know ball. Like, yeah, that's pretty much it. And that's the position where it's most obvious.
Yeah. I think you could even make the argument that the media did the opposite. It wasn't building him up throughout the draft process. Leading up to the draft is when all the stuff started coming out about, this anonymous NFL assistant coach said that, during his entire interview with Shador, he was standoffish and he caught a lot of flack for not performing at the combine and not running the 40 at his pro day. So there's more of an argument to be made, Paul, about them doing the opposite leading up to the draft, not building
they tore him
up,
down beforehand. Yeah, that's fair. I actually posted about this the other day, Trevor. If you are going to put out a story where someone is going after the character of a football player, if he's not willing to put his name on it, I'm not printing it. I'm so tired of that. If you want to say this about a guy, put your name on it. Well, you're not allowed to. Then shut up. You want to talk football? If somebody, hey, I talked to an anonymous scout and he talked about Shador's footwork in the pocket and decision making. I think that's fair. I think that's fair game. I think we should be allowed to be open and critical of football players for what they do on the football field, with the exceptions of being the guys who are really in entertaining like really egregious things like off the field. But certain positions, your character matters. But if you're going to impugn someone's character, put your name on it. Don't hide behind an anonymous source. And when I see all these reporters complaining about it, I'm like, you guys put these stories out. No one's making you do it. So if someone's not want to give you their name, then don't say it. So I that's how I feel about that. It's different with football. If you want to have an anonymous scout, because we're not allowed to say things publicly or what, and I'm talking about, I just don't think Shador has the arm talent for this league. I don't think he processes well. I don't think he makes strong reads. I don't think he, really manipulates the pocket effectively enough. I didn't like things that are like kind of obvious. Like, I as a former offensive lineman, I'm not going to love a quarterback saying that's all fair game to me. And I'm a little bit okay with an anonymous thing there. When you're going to start talking about something that happened privately, like a meeting that happened, criticize anything he does that's out there publicly. I'll tell you what, NFL linemen are not going to take well to him saying things like he did after the Nebraska loss. That is fair game. And I don't need you to put your name on that because we all saw it. When you talk about how he didn't interview well, where's the evidence? Because I can't counter that because you're talking about a private meeting.
Yeah.
That I have a problem with.
Yeah.
If you wanted to criticize something in the show that I said, fair game. If you and I have a private conversation and you bring it up in the show, we're going to have a problem because that was a private conversation. And so those are the things that I have and it's an anonymous owner at IB said so-and-so is transferring. That's very well done. Very well done. So but I thank you for that. I just have a problem when people put behind the scenes things that nobody else has access to out publicly and they don't want to put their name on it. I have a big problem with that. Big problem with that.
Yeah, to me, that more discredits the source than what's being talked about.
Agree. That was really well done, Shaquille O'Neal. That was really good. Really good.
Travis Patterson, last year we never really saw the team as a whole grade out as an A game. What does an A game look like in 2025?
Oh, I kind of think the Florida State game was kind of close to that. I mean, there's a couple games they were. I mean, Army was pretty close to an A game. An A game to me is really just you're playing essentially your brand of ball at a relatively high level in all phases. So your offense is performing, well. They do their job. They move the ball. They get their points. Your defense does its job. I mean, you talk about an A game. Watch Ohio State against Tennessee. That's an A game. I mean, you were playing dominant football. But then there's other levels where maybe you're not as dominant, but it's still an A game. I think actually the closest Notre Dame came to their A game in the playoffs was probably Indiana. And if it wasn't for Riley's early turnover, I think you could kind of get close, saying like that's kind of about as close to an A game as you're going to get. Yeah. It's funny how that mistake actually set the stage for what really broke the game open, because that pick led to Indiana throwing a pick, which then was followed on the next play by Jeremiah Love going 98 yards. But it was interesting how in this playoff, Notre Dame had so many of those momentum swing type of moments that we just never saw them do in the past. That's a different story. Like you think of the Penn State game with some of the things they did to kind of completely change the momentum. And then to when they lost the momentum to then get it back, thinking about the Georgia game, Indiana game. But, you don't necessarily have to be like, okay, you ran the ball real well, you passed the ball really well, you shut down the run game and you shut down the pass game. It's not perfection. It's just you played a strong, balanced game in all phases and played to your potential. Sometimes you could play an A game and get beat. We played as well as we could play, and that team is just better than we are. I've talked about this when we played Mount Union when I was at Wittenberg. Like, I don't know that we could have played any better than we did. Still lost 49-28, 49-21. Because they were just way better than us. Just it's how it goes sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Paul Hamilton, where would Tyler Buckner fall in the depth chart if the other quarterbacks are Carr or Minchie, only one, Hebert and Rezac?
I'd probably put him. I mean, right now it's hard for me to say that, Paul, because I haven't seen Tyler Buckner throw a football outside of one fake punt in a couple of years. I haven't seen him read a defense in a couple of years, so it's hard for me to say that. I would probably, if you only had Carr and Minchie, I'd probably have Tyler as my 3, but he would be my emergent. He would be my 2 when it came to the point where I was at the point where I couldn't play Blake Hebert anymore for risk of losing his red shirt. So let's say Blake Hebert's played 4 games and my starter goes down against Stanford. I'll probably start Tyler Buckner that game and not Blake Hebert because he would lose a red shirt. Now, my starter's going to be back for the first round playoff game. My starter's coming back. So this isn't a long-term injury. He just has a really bad sprained ankle, and we want to rest him because Stanford's not very good. I'd probably start Tyler Buckner over Blake Hebert. Not because I think Blake Hebert's he's a better player, but I don't want to burn Blake's red shirt because he's already played. So he played against Purdue. He played against, USC, right? Because blowouts, just kidding. But he's played his 4 games. Can't play him again. Then I'd put Tyler in. Now, if it's the first round playoff game and my starter goes down, I don't have to worry about blowing the red shirt anymore. I'm putting Blake Hebert in the game. If Blake's only played 3 games and he has another game to play, I'm starting Blake Hebert. So it'd be in that unique situation where I can't play Blake without burning a year of eligibility. Now, technically, you could get that back next year, but I'd rather not. Because next year, there's a chance if the quarterbacks are as good as that we think they can be, potentially next year, 2026, maybe might be their last year. Maybe. I hope not, but could be. So I don't want to have to worry about not having to play Blake a lot next year to save that year of eligibility. I'd rather just go get out of that with Tyler. And the opponent in that scenario matters, because if you can't beat Stanford with any of your quarterbacks, then you have much bigger problems than your quarterback position. If it was playing at USC and they were a good team, then that'd be a little bit of a different story. So it'd be Carr or Minchie, and then Hebert, and then Tyler would be my options there.
Yeah,
I think Anthony Rizak's still a year away from where I'd be ready to throw him in there yet.
Yeah. Yep, we see that the same. Zach Martin, with TJ Finley transferring again and Cam Ward going number 1 overall, are they the worst and best examples, respectively, of the consequences of the transfer portal era?
I think that's very, very good observation. I think the difference between Cam Ward and TJ Finley, however, is Cam Ward kept moving up. I mean, Cam Ward went from FCS school to a low-level Power 4 school to a high-level Power 4 school. And I mean, his first, let me look this up. I'm pretty sure, I mean, he played 4 years at 2 schools in his career, correct? Where if you look at TJ Finley, has he been anywhere for 2 years in a row? I mean, Cam Ward was at 3 schools. He was at Incarnate Word, and then he went to Washington State and then Miami. TJ Finley has literally been at LSU. He was at Auburn for 2 years. LSU, Auburn, Texas State, Western Kentucky, and then he went to Tulane this spring, and he's leaving again already. I think that's just ridiculous. Ridiculous.
This is not specific to TJ Finley. This is just always a question that I have when I think about guys that transfer around and they keep bouncing around and going from place to place to place. At what point do you just kind of say, hey, maybe it's not in the cards for me, and I just stay at that one place?
Mm-hmm.
At what point does that become an internal conversation with yourself? Because I've always been a believer in the transfer portal in the proper ways that it's been intended. Cam Ward being a good example. I mean, other quarterbacks, Joe Burrow, Baker Mayfield, Jalen Hurts, Justin Fields, it all worked out for them. And so when the transfer portal works out the way that it should, it's a positive. But at what point do you have to have good enough self-evaluation to say, hey, maybe this just isn't in the cards for me. I'm going to stay and get my degree, maybe go be a GA somewhere. Because that's, at some point, you got to have that conversation. So that's crazy. That is so many different schools.
He's not alone. That's the worst part.
Mm-hmm. John A1, which has the better chance to win a title, the current staff and team, or the current staff time travels to 2015 and coaches that roster?
This is a question that, Trevor, you have been waiting on for now an hour and 48 minutes. I'm going to give you a chance to answer this first, because this is a really fascinating question. It's a really fascinating question. So I want to hear your thoughts first, Trev.
Yeah, this is a very, very good question. After thinking about it for some time, I'm going to go with the current staff and team because of the depth. The depth on this roster is outstanding. Because we talked before about, yes, I'll use the linebackers as an example. Yes, the 2015 team had Jalen Smith. It was great. But then the rotational linebackers and the players that started alongside Jalen Smith was Joe Schmidt. There might not be a Jalen Smith on this roster, but they have Drake Bowen, they have Kingston, Jaden Osbury, Jalen Sneed. I mean, and those are just the 4 main guys in the rotation. They also have Preston Zinner. They get Keanu Kia back. They get Teddy Rizak, Bodie Cahoon. It's just the team is loaded. I think about the secondary in 2015. They had Cole Luke and Kavari Russell. I mean, this team, Leonard Moore and Christian Gray, I believe, have the opportunity to be the best duo in college football. And behind them are Carson Hobbs, Cree Thomas, Dallas Golden, Mark Zachary. They get Chance Tucker back. The depth on this team is astronomically better, and I say that emphatically. It is astronomically better than the 2015 team, but the 2015 team had more star power. They had Ronnie Stanley, they had Jalen Smith, they had Will Fuller. But all things considered, I would go this current staff on this current team. But I think if you take this current staff and put it on 2015, they make it to the semifinals, if not to the game. But the depth on this roster is, I wouldn't trade it for any Notre Dame team that I've had watched in my lifetime, honestly.
It's like somebody in the chat says current team and staff because they have better defense. I think that's the whole point. Would that defense have been what it was with this defensive staff? And the answer is no way. I mean, think about all the NFL players you had on that team. I'm not responding to what you said, Trev. I'm talking about something in the chat is if this team was coaching that team, well, I mean, I'd rather have Drake Bowen at middle linebacker than Joe Schmidt. Yeah, but this staff isn't starting Joe Schmidt at middle linebacker. It's either going to be Niles Morgan or, somebody that's a better player. They would have recruited better players. But even if you just look at that team, I don't think the starting lineups would have been the same. I think you'd have seen some other guys starting, and they would have been developed better. I think that if you were to ask me this a year ago or 2 years ago, I'd have been like, give me this staff with that team. And the reason that I'm still leaning, I would even thinking about it is because of how elite that O-line was. Like you just mentioned stars and didn't mention Quentin Nelson, Mike McGlinchey, guys, Sheldon Day, Romeo Okwara. There's a lot of dudes you didn't mention because that team had a lot of that. But to your point, Trev, this team is so deep. But the difference between this team and some past teams, this team does have Jeremiah Love. It does have Leonard Moore. It does have guys, Bryce Youngs, Bubakars, that aren't really good try-hard guys. They now have elite talent as well. And so last year, 2 years ago, I'm actually definitely taking this current staff with that roster. I don't know that I'm probably not doing that in 2025. I probably take this team and the staff. Again, that's a risk because we're going off potential, but that's how I feel about the talent on this football team.
I'm with you.
So, yeah. I'm going to have you address this one as well, Trev.
Yeah.
Read and address this one from Austin Carr.
Austin Carr, who I'm assuming is also AKA Domerdale 44. In the new college football 26, other than Notre Dame, what team are you, Brian and Trev, playing for or coaching to a natty? Mine has always been Coastal Carolina. Go Teal, go Irish. Yeah, so I do a couple of different things. I'm in a couple of different dynasty leagues where the guy who runs it, he has basically a randomizer. It's like a wheel that we spin and we get. I've been SMU. I was Coastal Carolina in one of the seasons. I got Notre Dame in one of the seasons. I was, I believe, Arkansas in one of the seasons. My go-to is always Boise State just because I like the field. I like the color of the uniforms. But honestly, Austin, that is strictly what I do these on is what the uniforms look like, if I'm being honest. So I've been, let's see, because I play a lot of dynasty leagues. I've been LSU. I've been Notre Dame. I've been all the teams that I just mentioned. So really any team outside of Michigan, Ohio State. I'm never USC. Sometimes fight songs play a role in that too. Sometimes I'll be Tennessee just to hear Rocky Top at home games.
Just schedule them every year at their place.
So, yeah, I'm a bunch of different teams, but Notre Dame is always my main.
I only have ever played with Notre Dame for this year. Back in the day, I would always start with a MAC team and then try to work my way up to Notre Dame.
Nice.
When you could do like the dynasty, when they started allowing you to get offered jobs. And the one thing I liked back then is when they would offer you chances to join a conference. I don't know that they still do that. At least they don't do it like the way they used to do it. At the end of the year, they'd say, "Hey, you've been invited to the Sun Belt." and that kind of thing. So I don't know if they still do that, but that'd be one thing that I would like to see. But here's an interesting question, Trev, that Coach Bent just brought up. Yeah. He said it's similar to the one John A1 did. Would you rather have this staff with the 2015 team or the 2015 staff with this team? Oh, and that's a much easier answer than the last one.
Yeah. 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 Because with one of them, I still get Mike Denbrock.
Mm-hmm. Well, you get Mike Denbrock actually with both.
Oh, I know. But But in one option, I get Mike Denbrock with Mike Mickens and now Washington and Marcus Freeman. And in the other one, I just have Brian Van Gorder. And so I'm going with this staff with the 2015 team by the largest margin that you could think of. The largest.
Here's the trade-off. Offensively, you get Denbrock and Harry Hiestand. And to me, that's not worth it to also get Scott Booker, Autry Denson, Keith Gilmore, Brian Van Gorder, and Brian Kelly, and Paul Longo. That's the deal. As much as I love a Denbrock-Hiestand combination, I love Coach Hiestand, but if it meant I had to bring back Brian Van Gorder, Coach, enjoy retirement, my man. I love you, but it ain't worth that. It ain't worth that. I think my wife just yelled down at me because she heard Van Gorder's name. She gets triggered every time she hears his name. She dislikes him more than I do. She had a little interaction with him at the Football 101 they did with ladies that he was very inappropriate and disrespectful. So she gets more fired up about him than I do. But yeah, this they would ruin this team just like they ruined that team. That's the point.
Oh, yeah. You want to talk about starting lineups looking differently. What we talk about on a week in and week out basis of what we believe Notre Dame's starting offensive line or starting defensive lineup would look like would not look like that if Brian Van Gorder was in town. I can promise you that. Jacob Sweat. Appreciate you guys. Other than Notre Dame, which is in a league of its own, what 3 campuses and stadiums do or did you enjoy seeing?
I really enjoyed Clemson Stadium. I've been there twice now, and I rather enjoy that fan base. Leading up to the stadium's kind of not as cool, but the stadium I like. Georgia Stadium was really cool. It's a bit of a traditional stadium, so it's not like the new modern stadium, but you get to kind of walk through a lot of the campus, and it's a really pretty campus. That's one that I like. North Carolina's got a nice campus, but they're really nice campus, but the stadium's kind of weak. Virginia's got a gorgeous campus, and the press box at Virginia is one of my favorites. It's lower, it's a little bit lower, and it's open, but the stadium's just kind of okay. Georgia's definitely one, and I have to think of some others. Texas A&M had a pretty cool stadium. The Kyle Fieldhouse is pretty cool. There's no doubt about that. Ohio State was just kind of meh. Michigan Stadium is pretty cool. Campus is not great in my opinion. It's kind of in the city-ish kind of area, so there's a lot of traffic. It's not a real cool location for it, in my view. But it's historic, though, right? I mean, you're there, of all the great games that are played there, that kind of thing. I'm trying to think of some other stadiums I've been to that I really liked. Unfortunately, I didn't get to go to Norman because I wasn't covering the team that year. I'd gotten back into coaching, and I still regret because I've heard that's a great stadium. I just unfortunately haven't been able to be there yet. So I'm trying to think off the top of my head a few others. But, yeah, have you been to any others? You've been to some besides Notre Dame, right?
Oh yeah, I have a bucket list of stadiums that I want to go to, like as a fan, just to be a part of the full game day experience. But I've been to obviously Notre Dame's, I've been to Clemson's, I've been to Ohio State's, I've been to IU's. Now, Mind you, I went to IU Stadium before they were good, so I was the fan base that was there. I say that sarcastically, but there's not a lot of people in that stadium. It wasn't great. I've been around Purdue's football stadium. I've never been inside. Purdue's campus is fine. My sister went there. I would visit her a lot when she was in college. But there's a lot of stadiums that are on my bucket list, campuses and stadiums to go see. So, yep. Jeff Fluke, are you able to explain the latest with the roster limits? From my understanding, Brian, correct me if I'm wrong here, but from my understanding, there still hasn't been a ruling yet for the actual limit. Now, they did say that walk-on players will not count towards that 105, which is a big move because we've talked on the show a lot
what
about.
The judge said, yeah. She said she's not going to approve the house settlement unless they fix that. So basically some sort of gradual process. But they haven't agreed to it. To your point, the NCAA hasn't agreed to accept those terms yet. So either way, it's going to allow it to go for at least another year. Because if NCAA rejects it, then the settlement's gone and they can't enforce the roster limits. And if they tried, I guarantee they'd get sued. And they know that.
Yeah.
So they'd have to kind of go back to the drawing board. So I think ultimately they accept it.
Yeah. Yep. Another one from Jeff Luke. Do you think Riley Leonard would be a good backup for the Buffalo Bills? I think he is similar to Josh Allen.
I mean, he's similar to Josh Allen in that he's athletic and can run around, but he doesn't have anywhere close to that arm talent. I mean, he would not be a bad backup quarterback to Josh Allen because he's a lot of that, to Jeff's point, a lot of that freelancing type of style. He just can't make most of the throws that Josh can make. The vertical stuff. From when I have watched the Bills, they throw the ball down the field a lot, and you're going to lose a lot of that with Riley. When you bring a backup quarterback in, you're losing something anyway, but you'd still be able to kind of play sort of that gunslinger type of style. There's no doubt about that.
Year one and year two for Riley Leonard, the way that I've always explained it to people is kind of what we've said about Tyler Buckner in Notre Dame's quarterback room now. He is a gamer to where if you need somebody to come in and just get you out of a game and win, Riley Leonard could be a backup for all 32 NFL teams because you wouldn't ask Riley Leonard to go do the same things that you would ask Jalen Hurts to do. You wouldn't ask, you look at different backups in the league. Literally, whoever's been backing up Lamar Jackson his entire career, you would not ask him to go into a game and do the things that Lamar Jackson would do. And so Riley could be a backup on a lot of teams, but for the Bills, I think he'd be a solid backup.
Yeah, I actually like him as a backup for Lamar because, no, he's not Lamar, but you don't have to change your playing style because he would go in. You'd still have a quarterback that can run and, some of the deeper stuff you wouldn't be able to do as much. But, yeah, that'd be a nice one.
And you'd have a backfield with a 6'4" quarterback and a 6'3" running back.
Seriously.
Ballpeen Shillelagh, if for some reason you could not play any players from a specific room and had to fill their spots from other player groups, which room would you nix and how would you backfill their spots?
Running back is the position I would nix because I feel like you're between like Dallas Golden and Drake Bowen. I'm going to have a better chance at finding legitimate D1 caliber players there than any other position group. I'd probably go receiver next, meaning like what's a position where I could nix that room and find other guys to come play that at a Division I level. Running back and receiver are the two. And not because those are easy, but there's just a lot of DBs and linebackers that played running back or receiver. Receiver would be a little harder because there's more of them. That's the other reason I went with running back is because I don't need as many. At receiver, I'd have to find 8-9 guys. At running back, I just need 3 or 4. I could get Preston Zinner over as sort of like an H-back, fullback type of guy. Yeah. I could get Dallas Golden could be like my lead back type of guy. I could maybe have Drake Bowen would be my change of pace power running back. Like I could figure something out to get out of there in a much better shape than if I were to lose all my linebackers and have to figure out how to play without them, or lose all my DBs and have to find a way to play out with them, or lose all my offensive linemen and play without them. So it would be running back for me, which is kind of crazy because right now that's our number one ranked position group. But it's talking about like trying to get out of a game.
Yeah.
I could find enough guys to kind of get out of a game with that. And I only need 3 or 4 compared to if I lose receivers, I need like 8, 9. I need to lose all my offensive linemen, like 14. If I, you know what I mean? Like it's just numbers wise. And the fact that you have a lot more guys, other positions that have played that position at a high level at the high school level. The defense has several guys that rush for over 1,000 yards in high school as running backs.
Yeah.
And heck, even Josh Burnham could go be like a fullback type. The guy rushed for like 1,900 yards as a senior in high school. It'd be a lot easier for me to do that than for me to get rid of all my D linemen and try to find some linebackers, DBs, receivers, O linemen, tight ends that could go man a 4-man defensive line that I need to have at least 2 full, units for.
Yeah. Yep.
I'll never have to find out which, how that goes in real life. I hope we never have to figure that out. Cal almost had to figure that out this year. They almost learned what that was like.
Look, man, there's some schools out there that are a couple transfers away from holding open tryouts. Look.
They actually, during the show, Cal got a commitment from a running back, actually.
Hey.
They actually got one and then lost one.
Oh.
So it's kind of interesting. They got a guy from somewhere, and then one of the guys, well, not they lost one, but one of the guys that left them committed to UCLA. But yeah, there's there's definitely some places like, hey,
I wonder what
we need to go start recruiting the FCS level. It's just I saw something there's like 4,500 players or something like that in the portal or something insane like that. It's just gross.
I wonder what the pitch is to get a running back to go to Cal right now. It's like, hey, son, would you like to touch the ball 500 times this season? Because you're going to be it.
Yeah. Oh. No, that would not be fun.
Christopher Galloway, did Deion cost his son in the first round of the NFL draft?
The only way that I can answer that as a yes is if I started questioning Deion's how he raised his son, and I'm just not going to do that. And I kind of hinted about it earlier. I think he's spoiled and entitled, and that's about as far as I want to go with that conversation. But nothing Deion Sanders did as the head coach at Colorado necessarily cost his son being a first-round pick, other than maybe holding his son more accountable for comments and a lack of leadership, like he might have another quarterback. So maybe in that regard, maybe.
Yeah, that's fair.
But,
the only other one is I know early last season Deion was very open about like, I don't want my son going to that team. I don't want him going to that team. Like that would play a factor, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. I kind of forgot about some of that stuff. That's a good point.
Hunter H. was drafting Tyleik Williams in the first round a stretch.
A little bit, but they got him late. And I also, when teams are as good as the teams picking like 27 to 28, like 26, 28, I normally don't get as upset about them picking for need as maybe a team in the top 10. Because more often than not, top 10 teams are picking in the top 10 for a reason. You're not a guy away. Now, there's every now and then you have that year where you either traded in the past for a pick and that team sucked, or you just had that really bad, like the Niners picking 11. That was because they had just a really bad injury riddle, just everything that could go wrong went wrong type of season. They're a lot further along than that. They're the exception, not the rule. Dude, you need to take basically the best player available to some degree. Look, if the Lions are like, listen, we need a D tackle, we need a D tackle bad, and I don't know if they do, but if that was their reasoning, I have no problem taking Tyleik Williams. If they need like a big, thick, 320-pound nose tackle type of guy, he's a good football player. Notre Dame had a hard time with him, so I have no problem with that. I mean, I don't get as upset about reaches late in the first round for teams that are really good and teams that have been good for a few years. The Lions are what now? 3 years in a row they've been pretty good.
Yeah,
like it wasn't a fluke. You could look at maybe the year before it's a fluke, but like last year proved it wasn't necessarily a fluke. And that's what they felt was a position of need. So I don't know that I'd say a little bit of. I mean, do I view him as a first round player? No, not really. But I don't think it's such an egregious thing that, if that's what you felt was a position of need, then okay, he's a pretty good football player. And I don't know that there's other guys at that position that I would have had a whole lot of faith in you taking at that point in time. So, I'm overall, I don't have a big issue with it. And some of the players that you'd look at and say, well, that guy's a really good player. Yeah, are those guys at positions of need, and do those guys have injury problems that maybe they would concern them a little bit? It's kind of how.
Yeah. With this NFL draft, I would pay more attention to what the team needs, not the name attached to it, because there's so many actual NFL draft analysts that do this as a job that go out and say there's 12 guys in this entire draft that have true first round.
Yeah, I've heard some reports from that teams are telling people that's all that they had.
Yeah, and so if some of these guys were in any other draft, I don't believe they go in the first round. But at some point, fact of the matter is you have to take players in the first round, even if they may not be. In other years, I would say that some of these guys that we've talked about today were stretches. But when that is the top of the pool for this draft class, you have to take somebody. So I would pay more attention to what the team needs versus the name. So that's where I'm at. Zach Martin, the Bears have had 3 top 10 picks, not named Caleb, and have drafted a right tackle, a wide receiver, and a tight end. None the best at their position. What the heck?
I actually don't have an issue with the top 10 pick they had last year. I like Rome Odunze a lot. I did.
Yeah.
So I don't know what he did for the Bears this year. Maybe he didn't play that well. I'm not sure. I didn't really.
He was decent.
Play, yeah. But I had no problem with that pick. The right tackle, yeah, okay, I got that one. But the tight end, yeah, that was a stretch. I mean, here's my thing. Let's just say that you and I agree that Colston Loveland was better than Tyler Ward. I still look at him and say, but that's not a tight end that I view as being a organization changing player. He's not Tony Gonzalez. He's not, Antonio Gates. He's not Shannon Sharp. He's not Rob Gronkowski, in my opinion. And if I'm taking a tight end in the top 10, he better be that. Kind of like if I'm taking a guard in the top 10, he better be Quentin Nelson. I'm sorry. And so, yeah, I kind of get it. I don't mind taking a tight end in the top 10 if it's that guy's that guy's going to be a stud. I get 2 of those. I understand. I'm with you on 2 of those. But the Rome Odunze one, but again, Zach, you just listed 3 out of the last 4 years the Bears had a first round pick or top 10 pick. There's a reason the Bears keep picking in the top 10. It's not a coincidence, and it's because of stuff like that.
Yeah, I said it at the start of the show. Colston Loveland, Tyler Warren, could have been Mitchell Evans. They just shouldn't have taken a tight end. That move from the position group doesn't make sense to me. There's, in my eyes, more positions of need for the Chicago Bears than tight end.
I agree. And there were better players left on the board than him, in my view as well. Yeah.
Question from Salty. If the Irish could recruit only one of these areas, which would it be? DMV, the Carolinas, Florida, California, Texas, or Australia?
Texas. The reason I say Texas is because it's going to be guys like you. If you can only recruit one area of the big areas, I'm going to recruit the area that gives me the best chance to land all types of players. And Florida and California, especially lately, have not produced offensive linemen the way that they used to. Florida's never, that I remember, being a great offensive line producing state. California used to be, and they're not anymore. It's partly why USC has so much trouble building a great offensive line, is because there's just not as many great players from California anymore on the offensive line. There's some, but not a lot. I mean, their left tackle that they love so much, Elijah Page, is from Arizona. He's not even from California. Texas still produces more linemen. They produce quarterbacks, running backs, receivers. California is a huge state that produces a lot of NFL players, but they're kind of more regionalized in certain positions. They produce a lot of quarterbacks still, a lot of DBs, some linebackers, but receivers, a lot of receivers, but not a lot of offensive linemen, not as many D linemen as they used to, not as many linebackers as they used to outside of some of the Polynesian kids. So that would be the case. Florida is just not a state that I would have to want to rely on at Notre Dame for a million reasons. Carolina just doesn't produce enough at all the positions for Notre Dame to be able to get the same value that they would get out of Texas. Now, fortunately, Notre Dame's recruiting all those areas. And the same thing that's true about Carolina is also true of the DMV. You're just not going to be able to touch on enough. There's just not enough players at all those positions to be able to get that. And that's why it's those are much smaller states than Florida, Texas, and California as well. So it'd be Texas. You get the most balance of big-time players in the state of Texas, including a receiver, Salty, as you very well know.
Well played, sir. Kevin Park. Are the Bears the dumbest team in the NFL, taking a tight end at 10?
I don't know if the Bears are the dumbest team in the NFL, but I just say find teams that just pick in the top 10 every year, and those are your dumbest teams. I mean, the NFL is not like Major League Baseball where you've got these crazy imbalances of how much they can spend on the roster. So you can't use that as an excuse in the NFL. If you're always picking in the top 10, you're just a bad team. I'm actually going to go look some up, Trev. This is going to be interesting. So I'm going to go to that draft history page, and I'm going to go to the Bears. And here's where the Chicago Bears have picked in the last 10 years. 10th, 1st, 10th. They didn't have a first-round pick that year. 11th. Set. Didn't have a first-round pick that year. Didn't have a first-round pick that year. 8th, 2nd, 9th, 7th, 14th. The last time the Bears didn't have a first-round pick in the top 15 where they actually had a first-round pick was 2013.
Who'd they take?
That year, that's Kyle Long. Yeah. And the year before that, Shea McClellan. Yeah. Year before that, Gabe Karimi.
Okay, they might be the dumbest team in the NFL.
Yeah. And here's the first-round picks they've taken. Kyle Fuller, pretty good player. Kevin White, bust. Leonard Floyd, bit of a bust. Mitch Trubisky. Roquan Smith. He's been pretty good, right?
Yeah, with the Ravens.
Yeah. Yeah. Justin Fields, bust. And, yeah, I'm trying to see what they did with why didn't they have a pick in 2022? Let me go look at some of these NFL drafts. 22 NFL draft. Why didn't the Bears have a pick in the first round of the 22 draft? I'm going to go find that one. And where would they have picked? Let's see here. So in 2022, when they didn't have a top first-round pick, they were going to pick 7th. And they traded its first and fourth-round picks. Let me go look at this one. So the Bears traded its first and fourth-round picks in the 21 draft to exchange for a 2021 first-round selection. So then in 2021 – what did they do? They moved up to get Justin Fields. That's right. That's why they didn't pick in that round, because they moved up to get Justin Fields. So, yeah. Let me find that one. So, Bears moved up. Where were they before? They did that year actually have – where'd the Giants pick? Let's see here. Where are the Giants? They were 20th. The Bears were at the 20th spot. They moved up to number 11 and gave up their first round pick the next year alongside a fourth round pick the next year. So that was the Bears draft. And then they took Kyler Gordon. I think he's been pretty decent the next year, the second round. And then why didn't the Bears have a first-round draft pick in 2020? Like, yeah, so like we're leaning towards, yes, they are the dumbest organization in football. But let's go to 2020. Why did the Bears not have a first-round draft pick in 2020? Let's see here. Bears would have picked – did they like lose a pick or something like that?
They might have traded it.
No, they had the 19th pick, and they gave that up for, let's see what they did. The Bears traded their first and third round selections as well as a 2019 first and sixth round selections to Las Vegas, then based in Oakland in exchange for outside linebacker Khalil Mack. So, yeah. And they had him for 2 seasons? No,
there was like 4.
4 seasons. So, yes, the Bears might be the dumbest organization in football. You could be onto something. You could be onto something. I'm so glad I'm not a Bears fan.
Another question from Salty. Does Notre Dame need to land a top running back recruiting target or two to keep the running back room elite with potential transfers out and Love and Price heading to the NFL after the season?
I don't even think you need all that. I mean, if you want to keep a room elite, you got to keep landing elite players. So, yeah, I mean, if you want to keep it elite, I mean, the reason that they're having an elite room now is not because of one class. It's because they got Jadarian Price 1 year, got Jeremiah Love the next year, you got Kedron Aeneas the next year, you got Nolan James the next year, and then you keep stacking talent. So, yeah, even if they don't have transfers out, you do anticipate at least one of those guys going pro. And if Jadarian Price does come back for 2026, that means that guy is only there for 1 year with Jadarian before he moves on. So, yeah, you want to be elite at a position. You keep recruiting elite players. You could sign the number 1 O-line class in the country this year, and the next year I'm going to say, okay, 2027, you need to go out and sign the number 1 offensive line in the country again. That's the goal. It doesn't always happen that way, but that's the goal. And then every now and then at a position like running back, you need to go out and get a depth guy. And I think that's what they were kind of shooting for last year, and then shifted gears and said, yeah, not going to do that, which is smart. But there are years at running back, you're like, look, we need to get a program kid. We're absolutely loaded in the younger classes, and we need to make sure we get someone who's not going to either transfer out or force a transfer out. We need someone who's going to come here and play. And that's when a year where a guy like Daniel Anderson would be great value, because he's a solid player and he's going to be there for 4 years. And you need that. You need that. And that's true at every position. There's some years where just like, look, it's not a great year nationally, or we need a program guy. Doesn't mean like you're going to say no to the number 1 running back in the country if he wants to come. But what I'm saying is you're not going to, unless you're getting something like that, you're just like, we need a program guy. Or maybe the program guy is your second guy you take in that class. My thoughts.
Fair enough. Berto 2121. If Kenny and CJ were incoming commits this year, would Angeli have been named the starter?
Possibly. I don't think it's a given that last year's version of CJ Carr wouldn't have beat out Steve Angeli. I just, I don't want to keep rehashing that one, Berto, but I just don't think Steve Angeli's a guy that you're going to win big with. I've always felt that way. And some of the things I've heard actually from some of my sources are that leading up to his elbow injury, CJ was already starting to kind of look like it's going to, you know what I mean? Like he was already there. So it's certainly possible. It'd have been a little tougher for a true freshman to win that one. That's when you might have seen what people talked about as having, CJ or Steve start the first couple games until the younger guy's ready. You might have seen that in that case. Kenny was not ready to play as a freshman, like at all. So Steve would have beat him out. But if it was both of them coming in, CJ might have still been able to beat him out. It's possible. I mean, last year's spring version of CJ Carr was better than last year's spring version of Steve Angeli.
If Kenny and CJ were also in the same class, that would have been a nutty recruiting
That would
class.
have been a really good quarterback recruiting class. Yes, it would have. Yes, it would have. I feel so bad for Zach Martin. He says, my Bears draft stuff is that they already have a tight end and signed 2 receivers that offseason, so it's more about they were fine there. I get that, but the guys they signed in the offseason at receiver, though, were older guys. You know, Keenan Allen's an older guy, and DJ Moore's starting to get up there a little bit in years. And in the NFL, you need 3-4 receivers anyway. So I still don't have a problem with Rome Odunze last year. I don't. Because just because you're the number 2 guy in a year in a draft class doesn't mean you're not special. You know, I mean, like, let's go back to the 83 draft class. There's 3 Hall of Famers in that draft class at quarterback. So, like, you really want to take Dan Marino? He's like the 7th quarterback in that draft. Well, it turned out pretty good. I get your point, but I still think Rome Odunze was a really, really good football player.
Yep.
Yeah, I feel for the Bears fans, man. I really do.
Coleman Smith just came home from work sick, so it's IB chill time. Will Notre Dame have the biggest secondary in 3 years?
I don't think that's even debatable. They might have the biggest secondary next year. I mean, you're going to have a starting cornerback who's 6'2", and a safety rotation that's going to have a 6'5" guy, a 6'4" guy, and a 6'3" guy. Your other starting corner is 6 feet tall. You have a safety that's 5'11", 6 feet tall, and a nickel that's 6 feet tall, about 6 feet tall. And then if you start adding some more of these longer players that we've seen, then yes, you are going to have the biggest secondary in threes if you don't have it now. They might have it now.
There's a chance this season that they're just due to rotation, not predicting starting lineups here, but just due to a rotation in a game at some point. You know, the 2 safeties could be Jadon Blair and Luke Talich. Your 2 corners could be Christian Gray and Leonard Moore, and your nickel could be Carson Hobbs.
I'll even go further, Trev. I'll be shocked if at some point in time in games we don't see Luke Talich and Jadon Blair on the field together. I'll be surprised if it just as part of the rotation there aren't times we see that.
Oh, yeah.
I'll be surprised.
Oh, agreed.
Yeah. So one thing we all can agree on, Mike Mickens really likes length. And then obviously Chaz Smith is 6'1", 6'2", the cornerback they have committed now. And there's, you know, obviously I had an update on Aiden Pouncey, who's about 6'3", and, you know, Joey O'Brien's a guy that they're really pushing for, who's 6'4". So yeah, he likes tall corners and DBs. That's for darn sure. That is absolutely certain.
Joseph.
Go ahead.
Joseph Barrett, what is your opinion of the New York Giants trading up for Dart? Personally hated the move. They certainly did not need to trade up to get him.
A couple things about that. Number one, Joseph, we talked a little bit about what we thought of it earlier. I definitely don't hate the move. I don't know that I would have done it, but I don't hate it. But the reality is they kind of did need to trade up to get him, though. Like with quarterbacks, you're starting to get into the 20s and the second quarterback hasn't been taken off the board yet. Somebody's going to trade up and get him. If you didn't, the Browns would, or whoever else that needed a quarterback. So if you felt you needed a future quarterback, I have no problem with that. And they didn't give up a second first-round pick. They gave up, what it was we talked about, it was like a couple thirds, right? So you didn't have to sacrifice a future first-round pick to trade up to get another quarterback. I'm fine with that. Now, look, Jackson Dart may not pan out, but you didn't sacrifice a first-round pick to get him. So if he doesn't pan out, you still have your first-round pick next year and the year after that and the year after that. So I don't hate it. I don't – because, like, again, I don't know that it's the move I would have made, Trev. I don't know if it's the move based on what you said you would have made. But there's that, and then they're saying, like, I hate it. Like, oh, my God, that's so dumb. I don't. I think Jackson Dart has some tools. I have some doubts about him and some reservations about him. But in today's era, guys, I have seen far worse quarterbacks than Jackson Dart get picked a whole lot higher than Jackson Dart got picked last night. So, I mean, Trey Lance, number 3, Zach Wilson, number 2. He got picked lower than Mac Jones. I mean, like, I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. I really am. If you felt you needed that guy, and you already got a franchise guy in the draft with your first pick at number 3. So that's your number 2 first-round pick. I don't have a problem with it. I mean, again, would I have done it? I don't know. But I honestly don't have a problem with it, because if you didn't trade up and somebody took him, then what are you going to do? Draft Shedeur Sanders? I wouldn't draft Shedeur Sanders that high. They're right outside the first round. I wouldn't take him that high. I definitely wouldn't put Shedeur Sanders in New York. Like, that's a match made in hell. Like, you know what I mean? Like, come on. No thanks. So, yeah, I really don't hate it, Trev. I don't hate it.
I don't understand the Jackson Dart hate, if I'm being honest. I don't know where that's coming. There's a large portion of people that follow the draft. They're like, he sucks. He shouldn't be. Like, look, I'm not sitting here making the argument that he should have gone in the first round. But everybody that I've talked to, their argument is, well, why get Jackson Dart if Shedeur was still there? It's like, no, what about Jackson Dart specifically?
Right.
What makes you hate that decision? Well, Shedeur was it? No, not about Shedeur. What about Jackson Dart as a football player makes you not like him? People haven't been able to answer me that question.
Right. I have some things that I have some reservations about. You know, like, I don't know that he's an overly clutch guy. I think at times his decision-making is a little shaky. I think some of his production is system-driven, but that's also true of Shedeur. But I also can look at him and say he's a pretty good athlete. He's a much better athlete than Shedeur. He's got a stronger arm than Shedeur, and the production he had was in the SEC. So it's not like he's out there tearing up the Big 12. I mean, this past year, Shedeur Sanders threw for 4,100 yards in the Big 12. Jackson Dart, who's bigger than Shedeur, passed for 4,200 yards in the SEC. Shedeur averaged 8.7 yards per attempt. Jackson Dart, 10.8. Shedeur had 37 touchdowns, 10 picks, four rushing touchdowns, minus 50 yards. Jackson Dart had 29 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, and had 3 rushing touchdowns to go 495 rushing yards. So it's not like Jackson Dart was just this unproductive quarterback that you're just banking the tools on. I mean, he's averaged 10.8 and 9.4 yards per attempt the last 2 years. Shedeur Sanders is at 8.7 and 7.5. And you can't sit there and tell me that Jackson Dart had better talent to throw to. He had better talent up front. There's no doubt about that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You can't tell me he had better talent to throw to, because Shedeur threw to the number 2 overall draft pick who won the Heisman Trophy, who was a 1,000-yard receiver. And he had the Horn kid. I mean, they had plenty of pass game weapons. So you can't tell me that Shedeur didn't have talent to throw to. Jackson had a better line and a better defense. There's no doubt about that. But look, but this is kind of what we do, right, Trev? This goes back to the Heisman conversation. If I like this guy, then I got to tear down that guy.
Yeah.
I can't make a grown-up an argument of how, look, they're both good quarterbacks, but here's why this guy's better. Here's why Shedeur's better. Okay, make that case. Cool. I don't know that I'll spend a whole lot of time arguing with you. I'll probably push back a little bit. But it's this guy stinks because I like this guy. That's just so childish and so way too prominent in sports media nowadays. It really does drive me nuts. It does. It's like you're shallow thinking, and you have the communication skills of a middle schooler. Isn't that how it was when we were kids, Trev? I mean, we're in middle school. It's like, well, you're stupid. That's all I knew how to come back with. It's like, well, you suck, and I'm a Broncos fan and you're a Browns fan. Well, you're stupid. It's like, okay, sure, whatever. But my team still beat your team, so okay. I mean, that's what it is. That's what's way too much of what we see online, and it's even on TV as well. This isn't just random guys on Twitter. I mean, we see that kind of stupidity on these debate shows as well. It's like, look, I can't stand LeBron James. I don't need to tear down LeBron to make the case that Michael Jordan's better. I just here's the facts, here's the data, here's this, here's that. I mean, now I could explain to you why I dislike LeBron in a lot of ways, but it doesn't mean that I got to act like he's some mediocre player just because I like Jordan better or Larry Bird better. And that's what just kind of gets a little bit frustrating with the whole thing, to be completely honest with you.
Oh, yeah. I get that. I don't care what your opinion is, as long as you can back it. But if somebody's going to be steadfast on something and not have a good enough argument for it, that's what bothers me the most.
Yeah.
Super chat from Tyler Evans. Thank you, Tyler. How many Notre Dame players get drafted tonight?
At most 2, probably. I don't I mean, again, I'm not a draft expert, but if I had to guess, I'd say probably the best case scenario is Benjamin Morrison and Xavier Watts would be the best case scenario. So I saw one mock draft from ESPN that had Riley Mills going in round 3. That'd be the only other potential, unless some team just falls in love with Riley Leonard. That'd be the only other potential ones that could maybe go that high. But I think with Riley's knee injury, I don't know that that's going to happen, but I'd love to be wrong. So I think best case scenario is 2.
Yep, I'm with you.
So we got a super chat from Win Carmody. Thank you, Win. And then he had a question above that he wanted us to address. But I thank you for the super chat, Win.
If you had to guess today, can each of you give a percentage chances Notre Dame makes it to the playoffs and then a percentage chance they win the national championship?
Boy, that's a good I don't really know how to quantify. I'll do my best, Win. I don't know how to quantify my feeling into a percentage. Like, I can throw one out, but I don't know, like, if betting wise that would make a lot of sense. I'm like, that might be astronomical. I'm just telling you like how I feel. I'm like 90% certain that Notre Dame's going to make the playoffs this year. Barring just catastrophe, team falls apart, just not coach well, tons of injuries, something. I'm very certain Notre Dame's going to make the playoffs. Wins the Natty. I mean, I'd go less than 50% on that, and there's nobody above 50%. Because that's hard to do for anybody. I mean, that's the further you go, the less your odds get. So I'd say Notre Dame is one of the 3 or 4 teams that I think has the best chance to win a Natty this year. But like, sitting here on April 25th, it's hard for me to say 75% chance they win the title this year. Which there's years in the past I'm like, it's 75% chance Bama's going to win the title this year. You know what I mean? But yeah. Feel very confident. 90% they're going to make the playoffs. Championship, especially in April, it's kind of hard for me to be too bullish on that right now. But I feel better about it now than I did pre-spring because we have a much better idea who the starting quarterback is going to be. Meaning we know it's going to be one of 2 players. And I feel, my personal opinion, and I am not at all sharing any information that I've gotten from anyone else at Notre Dame, anything like that. This is literally just my opinion. I'm confident it's going to be CJ Carr, barring him regressing or Kenny just going out of his mind in fall camp. I think we've seen separation. I know that Marcus Freeman says they haven't, and nobody at Notre Dame has told me there's separation. Nobody. Anything I've gotten from any of my sources is that no, these kids are both battling. They're both going to have a shot to play. That's what I keep getting told. I'm sharing 100% Brian Driscoll's opinion. I think there's separation. And it's going to be CJ. So I feel like when I'm evaluating the season, and the reason I say this, Trev, is before the spring, we didn't know. We thought who it should have been, but we didn't know because we hadn't seen it yet. So we could say that, like, I don't know who the starting quarterback's going to be. And I was starting to kind of lose my mind a little bit there because I kept seeing one thing and hearing one thing, but there's all these other people that were adamant it was going to be Steve Angeli. And I'm like, am I missing something here? Like, who's the person that keeps telling all these people in the media it's going to be Steve Angeli? Because that's not what I'm hearing, and that's definitely not what I'm seeing. But so it was harder to project this when you and I were asked this question pre-spring. I have a lot more confidence saying that now because we've seen certain things kind of transpire. And so I'm way more confident this team makes the playoffs than last year. And I was pretty confident last year's team was going to make the playoffs.
Yeah, I'm at least 80 to 90% that they make the playoffs. I mean, that's just if they don't make the playoffs in general, not even get a playoff. If they don't make the playoffs, to me, that is an utter failure of a season. With how this roster is put together, with what you did last year, with who you have coming back, that's a failure to me. Not even a disappointment. Wins the Natty is a whole other thing, man. I would put, like, if we were doing like betting odds, it would be at like 15%. And I know some people hear that and they think that it's super low, but it's like you got to think there's 134 FBS teams. To say that one has a super high chance is a lot. So, I mean, really anything in the double digits is a pretty strong percentage. Like Ohio State, with everything that they brought back last year, I think entered the season with, like, to win it, I think they were at like 11% odds to win the whole thing with everything that they brought back. So Cincinnati
and landed in the portal.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's a tougher one.
Yeah.
AST12321. I see your super chat. I'm not pulling it up yet because I'm actually doing some research first. It's a very good question. And at least, are there any examples of quarterbacks who weren't really great in college, got highly drafted due to massive height projection and actually panned out? I'm actually looking that up. I'm going through. So give me some time and we'll eventually get to this answer. Also, this one from Irish for Life 99. Brian, I'm thinking another pregame at Miami Lakes Grill for the season opener. Almost worth the trip just for the wings. The wings there were phenomenal. There's no doubt about that. I'm contemplating doing this, Irish for Life, because the game is on a Sunday. I was actually contemplating driving in or flying in on Friday, and then maybe doing a get-together that Saturday night. So I just got to find out who all might be down there. That was a ton of fun. That was a blast. We did that before the Orange Bowl this past year. So it's certainly a possibility. And then also, this reminded me, I was talking to my dad last night. My parents definitely plan to do Texas A&M for tailgate, and USC is the plan right now for the IB tailgate. It'll be the A&M game, and the USC game is the plan for now. So if you're thinking about those, keep that in mind, that's the plan as of right now for the IB tailgate, barring, obviously sickness or things that have happened in the past. My parents are 69 and 70 now, so sometimes stuff happens, but yeah, so that's the plan as of right now for those.
Sweet. Super chat from John A1. Thank you, John. Name your starting lineup on offense and defense. You can have any Notre Dame player who was on the roster from 2016 to 2021 with the current roster, but you have to try a guy that's projected in the current two deep to add them.
Yeah, does that mean like cut a guy? You have to cut a guy that's projected in the current deep to add them. So if I got to add a guy, I got to get rid of a guy. Is that what I'm kind of reading at?
Yeah. So
transfer maybe a guy. Maybe is that what that means? If I could add a guy from 16 to 21. So name your starting lineup. You can have any Notre Dame player from 16 to 21 with the current roster, but I got to cut somebody. Basically, so
from the current roster to add them. That makes sense.
That totally get that totally. All right, this one's kind of not super hard. You're gonna get mad at me for this, Trevor, but if I could add any quarterback from 16 to 21, my starting quarterback in 2025 is still CJ Carr. It just is. My running back is not going to change. My boundary receiver does not change, with all due respect to Chase Claypool in 2019 or Miles Boykin. I would have Chase Claypool be my Z where he started in 2018. My slot receiver would be who it is now. It would be Jaden Greathouse. Because my options would be, I'd basically be looking at like CJ Sanders, Chris Fink, Avery Davis, good players, but I think Jaden Greathouse is better than all those guys. My tight end from 16 to 21, with all due respect to Eli Raridan, is going to be Alize Mack. No, I'm kidding. It's Michael Mayer. Did you see Trevor's face? He went from thinking he knew exactly what I was going to say to, what did you just say?
Dude, I was about to leave the show. I was like,
it'd be Michael Mayer. Even though we don't get the 22 version of Michael Mayer, we get even the 21 version of Michael Mayer is really flipping good. So it'd be Michael Mayer. My starting offensive line would be Joe Alt, left tackle.
Yep.
It'd be Quentin Nelson at left guard.
Yep.
My center would probably be Sam Mustipher 2017, maybe Jarrett Patterson, Zeke Correll. I'd probably go Jarrett Patterson. It's probably where I'd go at center. My right guard would be Alex Bars. Because as much as I love Aaron Banks, he was a left guard, and I'm trying to stay true to what they were. I'd probably go Alex Bars at right guard. And my right tackle, that one's a little bit tougher because 16 it was Bars, but I have him at guard. 17 it was Kramer and Hainsey. 18, 19, and 20 was Hainsey. 21 it was Josh Lugg. 22 it was, and 23 is Blake Fisher. And 20, I'd probably go Robert Hainsey as my right. Now, if I could, like take one of my left tackles and move him over to right tackle, like if I could put Mike McGlinchey out there, then I'd be more than willing to do that. If I could do that. So it depends on what you view as okay, John. That's my starting lineup on offense, Trev. You got any that you would disagree with or change? I almost lost with the Alizé Mack one, dude. That was hilarious.
I did.
I want you to go back and at the 243 or so mark of this show, and I want you to look at your face when I said Alizé Mack. It was great. It was awesome. It was absolutely awesome.
Yeah, quarterback I'm not changing. Running back I'm not changing. Field receiver, maybe I would go, and this is just I was watching like 2016 offensive highlights like this morning. I'd probably go Equanimeous St. Brown at my field just because he gave you
Was he their field receiver that year? I thought he was their boundary.
Oh, I'm not sure.
I thought Jefferson was their field guy.
Maybe, but if I can name my own starting lineup, I'm moving people.
Well, I thought he wanted us to kind of stick to what guys were, but that's fine. Do what you got to do.
Yeah. I'd go EQ my field.
But I'd still say 19 Chase Claypool was better than 16 Equanimeous.
Fair enough.
If I can switch guys.
Fair.
Just saying.
But I think that Equanimeous gives you a dynamic that Malachi Fields doesn't have, and I view Chase Claypool and Malachi Fields very similar. So I would go tight end Michael Mayer, offensive line. I'd go Mike McGlinchey at right tackle. Other than that, I'd be the same as you would be.
So offensive line were the same if I was allowed to move someone. Let's say that you had to stick to it. You couldn't move McGlinchey because McGlinchey played right tackle in 15.
Yep.
Not 16 to 21. Who would your right tackle be then?
Then probably Hainsey on it because Josh Lugg maybe, but
I'm curious to see what 25 version of Emil Wagner looks like.
Me too.
For this conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Very curious.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of right tackles, when you're watching the tackle draft in this year's draft class, boy, did Blake Fisher miss an opportunity to come back and improve and become a first-round draft pick.
Yeah. Agreed.
Defensively, defensive end. So 60. So defensive end or defensive line. This one's a little bit trickier. So I'm going Khalid Kareem as my big end. And his backup is Isaiah Foskey, who I still think is more of a big end than he was a Viper. If Boubacar wasn't injured last year, I might go with Boubacar at Viper, but I can't quite go there yet. My Viper would be, I'd still probably have to go with Julian Okwara. I mean, he was, especially the 2018 version, he was a very frustrating player because I felt like he was never as good as he should have been, but he was still pretty good. But I'd still have to go with 2018 version of Julian Okwara is probably my Viper. If you wanted to go with Foskey, I wouldn't have a problem with that. My defensive tackles, I'm going Riley Mills and probably go Jerron Jones. 2016 Jerron Jones was pretty good. He's going to be my nose. And I know people are like, what about Jerry Tillery? I was never super high on Jerry Tillery. I wouldn't have a problem if you wanted to go with him. I just was never as high. I thought he had that great game against Stanford and just didn't do a whole lot outside of that. That game kind of pumped him up a little bit. I have no problem with that one. Linebacker, this ended up be interesting. I'd actually go with I'd go with a 3 linebacker defense. I'd go Jeremiah Wusu-Koramoah would be my nickel. I would go with I'd go with Drew Tranquil as my will. And I'd go with, man, I'm torn because Tavon was a beast, but I really am like fired up about what Drake Bowen can be this year. And as good as Tavon was, I think like the Clemson game showed that he still struggled athletically against some of those better teams. That's a tough one. I'd probably go with either Tavon or Drake Bowen at my mic, but I'd go Drew Tranquil as my will. He was really good. And we just missed Jalen by a year. Cornerback, I'm going Leonard Moore and Benjamin Morrison, with all due respect to Julian Love and Troy Pride. But I'll tell you what, Julian Love would have been a nasty nickel on this team if we were allowed to move guys. He'd be a really nasty nickel. And then safety, I'd go 2020 Kyle Hamilton and Xavier Watts be my safeties. That'd be my starting defense.
Yeah, I like that. I'd go Khalid Kareem starting at my big end, Foskey at my Viper. 2 interior guys would be Tillery and Mills. Linebackers, I would go. Yeah, my linebackers I think would be the same as yours. Secondary would be the same as yours. So if we were allowed to move people, I'd go 4-2-5. My 2 starting backers would probably be. I'm just going to go a purely fast defense. I'd go. My 2 linebackers would be like Drew Tranquil and JOK, and then I would put. I'd put Ben Morrison in the nickel. And then I would go like Leonard Moore and like Cam Hart on the outside. Just have a 6'3" and a 6'2" corner.
Cam's hard. Yeah. You know what, man? I forgot all about Cam. How can I forget about Cam? I've done that multiple times lately. I had to apologize to Lohi Gilman's dad for forgetting about him being number 11. I had to apologize to Jadon Blair's dad because I forgot to talk about Jadon the other day when we talk about North Carolina players. Now I'm going to have to call Cam's mom and apologize to her because I left freaking Cam off my list. Getting old sucks, Trev. I'm forgetting too much stuff. But yeah, Cam Hart. Yeah, I like that one. If you're able to move guys, put Benjamin at nickel. Oh boy. Speaking of, talk about height. 6'3" corners, 6'2" corners, 6'4" safety. Like, that'd be pretty fun. And then little old Xavier Watts at 5'11". You know what I mean? Like, he ain't exactly short.
Yeah.
2023 Cam Hart was really good. Yeah, he was really good. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a really good one. And you could technically keep Leonard Moore at field safety because we saw him at field safety.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. Yeah. Oh, boy. And Cam was a 5th-round draft pick, Andrew, because it was late. I thought it was a big stage. I think it was just injuries. I really think is what it was. Yeah. That's what I think it was. That was a fun experiment.
Super chat from ND Milton fan. Hindsight, how in God's name did Marshall, Stanford, and NIU happen? Thanks, man. I was having a good day up until now.
NIU, I get. I mean, we talked about that. I get that one. NIU is a good football team. Marshall, I even understand. It's a good They were like 9-10 win team that year. They had NFL players on their team, and it was a letdown game from Ohio State. I remember arguing with Vince about that being a potential trap game. He was like, he had them as the worst team on the schedule. I was like, you didn't watch Marshall last year, did you? Like, you know, it should never have happened, but I understood it. The Stanford game is the one that you're just like, what the heck was that? Because they sucked. I mean, at least NIU and Marshall were quality football teams. No business beating Notre Dame, right? Like, some people hear you say that, they're like, well, you're justifying that. No, I'm not. They were all bad losses. You had no business losing. But I can't point to a team and say they're a trap game and then be utterly shocked that when that team actually beats you after the trap game because of that situation. Doesn't excuse it, but you're like, it's not like, what in the world just happened? Stanford was that way because Notre Dame was starting to play better. They were coming off some good wins. They had just a couple weeks before that absolutely smoked a pretty good Drake May-led North Carolina team. You went on the road, played BYU in Vegas, and beat them convincing, and that was a good BYU team. And then you lose at home to Stanford, who hadn't beaten a Power 5 team in over a calendar year. That is still one of the biggest head-scratching losses I've ever seen in my life. And I don't care who they had at quarterback. Like, that was just one of those ones you're like, for that one, Indy Milton, I have no clue what happened that game. I still don't have any clue how they lost that game. It was terribly called on offense, terribly executed on offense. That team had no energy that day. They did not want to be there. And at no point in time hey, we better wake up or we're going to lose this game. At any point in time did that just kind of click and they just figured it out. I still don't know what happened in that game. The other two I get, they're bad. But I mean, look, Northern Illinois you talked about that going into the game, Trev. They were a very veteran team, like very veteran team, physical team, older guys. Notre Dame was young. And you understood it doesn't excuse it, doesn't make it okay, but it wasn't like, I mean, we talked about that as being a potential trap game during the summer. It shouldn't, and you were too excited about your win over BYU to be up for the Stanford game? Like, the other two games right after a road loss to Ohio State, and we said it'd be a trap game, either the emotional high of the win or the rejection of the loss. It was the same thing with A&M last year. Doesn't excuse it, but it didn't mean like, oh my God, I never saw that happening to that degree. Stanford game, I got nothing. I still have nothing to explain how that could have happened. They were a awful football team. Awful football team.
Yeah, with it, looking at it with hindsight, I understand, Andy Milton fan, why you still put NIU in this conversation, because we know what Notre Dame did afterwards and went and played for Natty. Whereas in 2022, Marshall was a good football team. It was Marcus Freeman's first year as a head coach coming off the road. I get that. But the NIU one, the further away that I am from it, it is on paper, I get it. They're a veteran team. They were a good football team. But seeing what Notre Dame did literally the week after until the rest of the season, it is more head scratching than more immediately, I suppose. But Stanford still takes the cake for me of like, I don't get that. I don't. Ballpeen Shillelagh, welcome to Build a Wide Receiver. One trait can be elite, two can be really good, and the rest will be considered average. Speed, length, hands, route running, field awareness, separation, and taser moves.
One can be elite, two can be really good, and the rest will be considered average. Well, I would throw separation out of there because that's a byproduct of other things on this list. So one can be elite. I would say route running, because that incorporates a lot of athletic traits that you would need to be good at that. I think a great route runner who's a solid athlete can get open better than a really fast guy who doesn't know how to run routes. The two that need to be really good are hands and I'm going to say length. And then the rest are considered average. That's probably where I would go.
Route running, and then I'd go really good hands and speed, and then okay, everything else.
Mm-hmm. Somebody just said this. Andrew Gilmore just said this in the chat about that Stanford game. He says Stanford didn't even play that well. And he's right. Like, it's not even like Stanford played out of their minds.
Yep.
They didn't even play great. I mean, they tried to give that game to Notre Dame. Or it's like Tulsa, when Tulsa played here in 2010, like Tulsa played really well. I mean, their quarterback in that game is G.J. Kinney, who's now the head coach at Texas State. Like, he's a pretty smart kid. Started his career, I think, at Texas. Like, sometimes, like, Navy in 2010 just played out of their minds and just whooped Notre Dame's butt. Like, Stanford sucked, and they played like a team that sucks. It's the – I mean, you had the Aldrich – it was just such – I still don't get that. I still don't get that. So Garrett McMedford said Brian just built Keenan Allen. Yeah, it's a pretty good receiver. It's a pretty good player, I'll take that. I'll take that, Garrett. I like that. Let's go to let's see here. That.
Another one from Salty. How much has Brendan Vernon's injury hampered his efforts to rise on the depth chart?
It really shouldn't, because he got hurt so late, and he only missed really the spring game and then the last couple practices. So, I mean, that hurts a little bit. And from what Coach Freeman said, he should be back in July. I believe, Trev, he said that was one of the guys he said be back in July. So it shouldn't hurt him too much. It's certainly, I was told by somebody that the initial fear was that he tore his ACL. But the test proved that he didn't, which is huge news, because ACL would have put him out, and then he basically would have never recovered from that in regard to being able to compete for a playing job. So I don't think it hurt him a ton. I don't. Anytime you miss action, it hurts you a little bit. It's a missed opportunity to perform, but I don't think it's going to hurt him a ton.
I'm with you.
So I don't know that we've looked at it this way, Trev. Salty asks, how surprised were you that Shedeur Sanders was not drafted in the first round?
So despite the conversations that we had today about him, I was surprised that he didn't go.
Same.
Quarterbacks historically get overvalued, overdrafted. I was shocked that just literally any team in the first round didn't take him. And that's not because Cam Ward and Jackson Dart went. It's just I'm amazed that he didn't go. So I am surprised that 1 out of 32 teams weren't like, oh, well, he's a first-round guy to me.
Yeah.
So I am surprised.
Here's a question from Salty that I wanted to get to as well. I think this might be the easiest no-brainer question ever, but I want to see if we're on the same page on that one, Trev.
If you were to acquire one player for the Irish from the Big Ten, who would it be?
It's Jeremiah Smith. Love Caleb Downs. Love some players at Penn State, but it's a no-brainer. You give this team Malachi Fields at X, Jeremiah Smith at Z, Jaden Greathouse in the slot, Eli Raridan at tight end, CJ Carr at quarterback, Jeremiah Love in that backfield with the offensive line. If that's the only thing that was different is Jeremiah Smith came to Notre Dame, I would literally sit there and say, I don't know how anybody beats Notre Dame this year. I'd literally say that. And I'm not one that's prone to that type of hyperbole. But honestly, how do you beat that team? You have Jeremiah Smith that running receiver. Jaden Greathouse might be your third best receiver. Or if he isn't, it's because it's Malachi Fields. And you've got Jeremiah Love and Jeremiah Smith. I mean, just that one player, and it's like, it's a no-brainer. Notre Dame's going to win a title next year. I don't see how they lose. Like, how do they lose, Trev? I don't see how that's, like, that's crazy to say, but like, that's how I would feel if I could just add him.
Yeah.
And there's no one else I'd even hear an argument about from the Big Ten other than him. With all due respect to some really good players in that league, that's a big, huge no-brainer for me.
Agreed.
Yeah. And I have the same feeling here. If you were to acquire one player from the Irish for the SEC, who would it be? Ryan Williams. For the same exact reasons I just said about Jeremiah Smith. Everything I just said about Notre Dame with Jeremiah Smith would also be true if you put Ryan Williams at Z. And actually, he might even be the better fit for what they would need at that position than Jeremiah Smith. Jeremiah Smith's the best receiver in college football. Like, do we agree on that, Trev? Ryan Williams, I think, is the second best receiver in college football. But as far as what the need is, I think that would be a little bit greater.
Mm-hmm.
So please say that, Trev. Please tell them what you just texted me.
I texted Brian. I said Lenora Sellers.
Because I know that's not true.
Had to get that out.
But no, seriously, it's Lenora Sellers. I mean, dang it, it's Ryan Williams. It's Ryan Williams. There's a couple D tackles in the SEC that I would consider.
Yeah.
But it's still that. Like, I still like Notre Dame's defense a lot. If you just give me an elite receiver to complement Jaden Greathouse and Malachi Fields, I just don't know how you beat this team. I really don't. Ryan Williams, if you're listening, come to Notre Dame and be a legend. You got CJ Carr throwing you the ball. Nobody beats that team. No. Nobody beats that team. Could you imagine the receiver run Notre Dame would go on if that happened, though, in recruiting? Because they'd have 3 legit NFL players. CJ Carr would be like, Lord, I don't know what I did to deserve this, but thank you. Yeah.
Brandon Blesner said the spring portal's still open.
There you go. There you go. That's right.
Yeah.
That's absolutely right, man.
Yeah, for the next 50 minutes it is.
Yeah.
So.
Jay Henry said Ryan Williams over Colin Simmons. Yes, because that's a great question, Jay. But here's the thing, like with Boubacar and Bryce Young and Josh Burnham and Junior, and look, I like Notre Dame's ends. Are any of them as good as Colin Simmons? Not right now, no. Could Boubacar or Bryce eventually get there? Maybe, but they're not there now. Yeah. He's an elite player, but like I like where they're at there. And I don't have anything against Jordan Faison and Will Paulding, but like you get that type of weapons on offense to complement. Think about that. How do you properly defend Jeremiah Love if you're focusing on an offense that has Ryan Williams, Jaden Greathouse, Malachi Fields, and Eli Raritan? How do you properly defend Jeremiah Love? And if you are going to say we got to stop Jeremiah Love, then how do you properly defend Ryan Williams, Jaden Greathouse, Eli Raritan, and Malachi Fields? Like going right to left. I mean, I just don't know how you do that. At that point in time, I don't need your defense to be elite.
No.
But I like the tight ends. Jay just said prayer. I said, how do you stop that offense? And Jay said prayer. That's a great one, Jay. That's a great one. But that's absolutely how it is. But I do like and that's what's different about this team than past year's teams. Is I mean, there's some defensive ends better than the guys Notre Dame's has, but if Notre Dame's guys are healthy, they should have a shot to have a really good D end room.
I was just about to say, I mean, in order to stop the offense that you just laid out, you would have to have a defense that kind of looks like the one in South Bend. Yeah. If I'm being honest.
Right. You might need like a, I don't know, 6'2", really fast corner in the boundary and a 6 foot long, really athletic, talented guy at field corner, and maybe a really veteran athletic nickel safety. And, I mean, exactly right. You might need a couple 6'4" plus safeties to have enough range to cover, maybe something like that.
Be nice if a team had that out there.
I know, right?
Somewhere.
Yeah, that'd be fun to watch. That'd be fun to watch. Hey, boy said,
hey man,
team that could stop them is any team from the MAC in September.
Hey man,
too soon, man. Too soon.
Oh,
but hey, no MAC teams on the schedule. So here in the first, Notre Dame's running the table because there aren't any MAC teams on the schedule. So there you go. There you go. Yeah, that'd be fun to watch. Boy,
yeah, in my lifetime, the only undefeated seasons they had there weren't. Did they play a MAC team in 2020, or was Bowling Green and them 2019? I think. So yeah,
they played Bowling Green in 19 and smacked them, and then 21 they almost lost to Toledo.
Oh yeah,
and then 2018 they didn't almost lose to Ball State, but it was like a really ugly close game.
That's right.
24-16, Ball State scored last, and then. Yes, 23, they didn't really have a close game against Central Michigan. But then, so they've had several MAC teams that they've struggled with, which is just – and then they didn't play great against Miami of Ohio either. It was never competitive. Like, you never – where did they going to lose? But you're just like – literally your two worst games in last season, you could argue, were against MAC teams.
Yeah.
Very weird. It's like, how could you only put 12 Power 4 teams on Notre Dame's schedule? Well – here's why.
Yeah.
So let's kind of address this one, Trev, because I have a couple guys in mind here that I wanted to get to. So let me address some of those.
Super chat from AST12321. Are there any examples of a quarterback who wasn't really great in college, got highly drafted due to massive hype and projection, and actually panned out?
Somebody in the chat actually mentioned this, and I think it's a really good one. But the best example that I can really think of is Josh Allen, because Josh Allen was a super toolsy guy in college. And, he obviously had some really big moments at Wyoming, but he was not a super productive guy. His best season was 2016, and he threw for 3,200 yards, only completed 56% of his passes. Ran for 500, had 28 touchdowns, 7 rushing touchdowns. That's pretty good. But when you're a top 10 NFL draft pick playing in the Mountain West, you'd expect more production than that. But he also threw 15 picks. And then the next year, he threw 16 touchdowns and 6 interceptions and only rushed for 200 yards and 5 touchdowns. He had 21 total touchdowns the year before he got drafted. And he was the number 7 overall draft pick. He's been a way better pro than he was an NFL player. I mean, college player. I have no doubt about that. No doubt about that. There aren't a whole lot of others, to be honest with you, that weren't all that good in college that were high draft picks. Like I'm looking at basically like if you're a top 10 to 15 draft pick is kind of what I count that as.
One that I would make the argument for would be Matt Ryan.
You didn't think he was that good in college?
No, I mean, he was really good in college. In his best season, he had 31 passing touchdowns and 19 picks. He was under 60% completion percentage, and he was taken 3rd overall. It was
an offense where that was kind of part of the offense. It was like an old school NFL offense. But he threw for a ton of yards that year too. Was it 45-07. Now I'll say this, Trev, about Matt Ryan. That was the only year he looked like a top 10 draft pick. But it's kind of what he was in the NFL too, right? I mean, is that kind of fair to say?
Matt Ryan, yeah.
Yeah, but he's a pretty good player. I'm looking at a couple others like, Tim Couch. He wasn't that good in the NFL. And I'm all the way down in the 90s now, dude. And I'm trying to find some guys that were that way, that weren't that good in college. Like most of the guys that weren't that good in college got a lot of hype. Heath Schuler, I never thought he was as good in college as people made him out to be. Yeah, there weren't a whole lot. Most of the guys that were overhyped ended up just not being as good as people thought they were going to be. Yeah. Jeff George, Andre Ware. Man, I'm dead in the 80s now. Yeah, it's most guys that get drafted that you look and say, boy, that guy's getting drafted off hype and all that kind of stuff have turned out not to be that good. There's still time for some of these guys. I mean, there's still time for Anthony Richardson. I would say there's still time for, some of the Tua, actually Tua was really good in college though. So I can't really use him as an example, but Zach Wilson's time is gone. Trey Lance's time is gone. I guess because Justin Fields was really good in college too. So he's not a good example either. Yeah. Unless Daniel Jones has some sort of rebirth in Indianapolis, like I liked him in college, but he wasn't 6th overall pick good in college or anywhere close to that.
Yeah.
He had like really good testing numbers and he was big and all that kind of stuff. And yeah, like Sam Darnold was good in college. I think, and it was, let me find out who it was. It was Irvin Olsen is the one that said that. It looked at, I was like, yeah, that's probably the best example that you could think of. So good call on that, Irvin. It's the best thing. That's the best one that I can think of, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Okay. Here's another from Coleman.
Cam Williams, besides Faison, is my favorite receiver at Notre Dame. Is his problem getting on the field a mental issue when it comes to the playbook or just a consistency issue?
It's a both. I mean, he's still learning how to play the game. Beyond just being a really athletic high school kid. I think he's still learning how to play football. So I think it's a little bit of both of those things, to be honest with you. Trev, this is going to be the most on-brand question I'm ever going to bring up. This right here.
Do you find it disappointing that schools like Kentucky and North Dakota State are putting players in the first round this year and Notre Dame has not?
Who would you rather be? 4-8 Kentucky or North Dakota State or Notre Dame? Yeah, we had a great year, but nobody went in the first round, so let me whine about it. Like, no, I don't find it disappointing at all because you know what that tells me? Most of their best players are still on the team.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it tells me. If I lost as many players as Ohio State lost and nobody went in the first round, I'd be like, hey, we may be in trouble next year. But, I don't care.
No.
I care what they do on the field. They went 14-2 and played for the national championship. And most of their best athletes are coming back next year. So I'm not at all disappointed that teams like that. I kind of laugh. You had 3 top 11. You had 3 guys picked in the top 12 and you went 8-5. That's a ha moment. No, I don't find it disappointing at all. I don't expect Xavier Watts to be a first-round draft pick. And the other guy that would have been a first-round pick got injured. Kentucky and North Dakota State wouldn't have had guys get picked in the first round if those guys had really bad season-ending hip injuries as well. So, no, I'm not disappointed by it at all. They didn't have a lot of guys that were first-round talents on their team this year. Most of their first-round talents are still on the team. Like, it's amazing how you can turn every scenario and situation into some sort of thing to be upset about. It just blows my mind. But no, my answer to that is no. What say you, Trev?
No, man, it tells me one of two things. One, either the best talent that they have is coming back, which I know is true. Or two, Marcus Freeman and that coaching staff went 14-2 with no first-round talent. Yeah. Tells me one of those two things.
Or both. Because they don't have a ton of top 10 picks on their roster right now. A couple that maybe could. So you should feel pretty good about where this program is right now.
Yeah, I feel great.
They went 14-2 without their veterans being first-round draft pick talents.
Yeah.
That should absolutely tell you a little something.
And a lot of their first-round talent might not even be seniors this upcoming year.
Well, you could argue their best NFL draft prospect can't even go to the draft next year. You could argue Leonard Moore's their best draft prospect. Just positional value and things like that. I'm not saying he's better than Jeremiah Love, but running backs are viewed differently than corners. Mm-hmm. I think you could absolutely make that case.
Oh, yeah. Leonard Moore, Bryce Young. I mean, yep. Domer Grizz, happy Friday. If we don't see many more players enter the portal and the house settlement turns out we need to get to 105 this year, how does Notre Dame go about that?
Unfortunately, a lot of walk-ons and guys better than the third and fourth string are going to be told they don't have homes anymore. And that's a very unfortunate situation. You're going to see some D linemen, a couple linebackers, maybe an O lineman or two be told, well, I'm spot for you. That's what happens. And hope we don't have to find that out, to be honest with you, Domer Grizz, because you'd have to get rid of 11 guys from the team. And you'd have to tell Matt Jeffrey, you can't play football anymore.
Yep.
He's a lacrosse player. I mean, he came here first and foremost as a lacrosse player, but he wanted to play both sports. So that'd be a very unfortunate situation.
Mm-hmm. PJC 1122. Is the Kansas City Chiefs trade up in the first round of the 2017 draft to get Pat Mahomes the greatest move ever in the draft?
It's in the conversation. The Chiefs have won, 2, 3 Super Bowls with him?
3 or 4.
He doesn't have 4. Hold on a second. They've been to that many, but he hasn't won 4. Hold on a second. How many have they won? They've won 3. So 19, 22, and 23. And then they've played in 2 others. It's in the conversation. I think there's a lot of different. I mean, you could point to, because to me, a great move isn't just about the winning. It's also about what does it do for your franchise. You think about what the Broncos did to the post-draft trade to trade Chris Hinton for John Elway. You look, if you want to talk about draft moves, think about what the Giants did to get Eli Manning, won them 2 Super Bowls. That was a pretty big one. And there's been several. We've seen the Colts had the number 1 pick all along in '98, correct? With Peyton?
Yes.
They had the number 1 pick. There's been some great trades over the years for just franchise defining players. I don't count what the Patriots did taking Tom Brady as a great move ever, because if they thought he was going to be what he was, they'd have taken him higher than the 6th round. Whereas the Chiefs moved up to get Pat Mahomes because they saw a generational quarterback that they actually finally had a shot to go up and get. And they had Alex Smith at the time, correct? So they had a pretty decent quarterback on their team already. But it kind of got within striking distance and hey, let's go make our move. It's a pretty savvy move, man, right there, if you ask me.
Yeah, the worst season he's ever had in the NFL is going to the AFC Championship.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
That's crazy, man.
It's pretty good. Yep. So that's certainly one of the best draft. Because some of the other great quarterbacks that changed franchises weren't draft moves. So Brett Favre got traded after his first year with the Falcons, got traded to the Packers. You could, and there's been a lot of there's been moves like that. So, but it's definitely in the conversation just because of what it's done for the franchise and the success on the field. I mean, he's been in 5 Super Bowls. That's how many John Elway was in, right? I mean, that's pretty flipping good. And he's much younger than what John Elway was when he got his. So it's in the conversation, man. And I'd have to think about, there's been some other ones like that I'd have to go back and look and see, like, okay, you traded for this guy or that guy. And I'd have to go back and look at some of those. Be fun to do one of these days. What are the best, greatest draft trades? Actually, I'm going to put that into greatest NFL draft trades. I mean, honestly, you know what? I'm actually going to, I know the one, actually. I know it was what the Cowboys did with the Herschel Walker trade and some of those other moves and all that they got in return, which led to them winning 3 Super Bowls. That's actually the one that you could go back and look at as some of the because they got like 5 draft picks when they traded for actually, let me go find it. Because they got when the Cowboys made that move, Emmitt Smith was one of the guys they got with that pick, that trade. But they got like, let me see here. Who did the Cowboys get in the Herschel Walker trade? Let me just look this up real quick because I remember watching this. They ended up getting. It led to, they got Jesse Solomon, got a bounty of future picks. Let me see here real quick. It's got something about who the Cowboys drafted. So who did they make with those picks? Minnesota's first round pick in 2000. Let me see here real quick. Oh, yeah. So used as part of a deal with the Steelers to move up from 21. So they used the pick they got. So they got 4 players, and then they got, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 picks. They used the pick they got from the Vikings to then move up from 21 to 17 to get Emmitt Smith. And then they had here's a crazy one. They used one of their picks to acquire Stan Smigala. How about that? They used another one to move up to number 1. They used the other first round pick they got from the Vikings to trade up to get Russell Maryland with the number 1 overall pick. That worked out pretty well. They then used another pick that they got to get Darren Woodson. Turned out to be a pretty good pick. So, like, you look at all the different things they got from that trade, like, that's Darren Woodson, Kevin Smith, Russell Maryland, Emmitt Smith. Yeah, that's pretty good. That might be because it led to other thing. It gave them the draft capital to move up to get those other pieces. That might actually be the biggest trade ever.
Yeah.
Here's one that I did not know about this, but the 49ers, let me see here. The 49ers in 1985 traded up to get Jerry Rice. That's a pretty good one.
Yeah, that's not bad.
That's a pretty good one. Yeah, I'd say that made a lot of sense. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers traded up to get Derek Brooks. I love Derek Brooks, but I don't know that I put that one over the Pat Mahomes one at that point in time. But yeah, those are some pretty good ones. The Steelers traded up to get Jerome Bettis. That was a pretty big one too. So a couple Notre Dame action on that one there, buddy.
Look at us.
Yeah.
Joseph Barrett, do you agree with the narrative that the NFL is trending back to prioritizing line of scrimmage positions?
I think so. I think teams are realizing that, hey, look, I don't necessarily need to invest in a elite quarterback. I can build up the other positions that don't cost as much, get really good at those positions and have some consistency. I mean, you're looking at, what about the Steelers? I mean, or the Chiefs? They just won with Pat Mahomes. They won 3 Super Bowls with Pat Mahomes. Like, all right, cool, that's great. But what happened in the Super Bowl, the one that they lost? They got dominated at the line of scrimmage, and they got beat by a second-round draft pick at quarterback. Or was Jalen a third round? He was a second-round draft
second.
pick. So, the other team that they had needed overtime to beat the year before had a 7th round draft pick, I think, at quarterback. So, I think the Rams won a Super Bowl a couple years ago with great line play, and they got an aging veteran that was a great player once that was no longer a great player, but still a good player. And you put him in with that veteran team and you went and won a Super Bowl with it, right? I mean, you're seeing that there's different ways to win. Tampa Bay won a Super Bowl. Why? They went out and got a veteran quarterback as a rental, and they had built the team around him already. Kind of, they just needed that missing piece. So there's different ways to win. And I think that's what teams are seeing is like, look, we don't have to keep chasing that next franchise quarterback. I think also NFL teams, this is just 100% my read. I think NFL teams are kind of looking and saying like they're just not producing quarterbacks in college like we saw in the past because the offense is the way that they're being run. It's harder to find that. You have to overdraft. You used to be able to wait till 10 or 11 and get a Deshaun Kaiser or Deshaun Watson or a Pat Mahomes, or now it's like those guys are gone in the top 5. I mean, it's just they're overdrafting. Like there's no way guys like that fall to 10 or 11 like they did back then. It just doesn't happen. And so it's like, okay, then I got to give up all this capital to get that kind of guy. Or I could take a guy at 27. I'll take a Jackson Dart at 24, not have to give up any first-round picks for him. And then I'll use all this other stuff to build up my, get a great edge rusher, build up my offensive line, and then, we can go win. I think you're seeing that as an option. It's not only the Chiefs' way. Or, I mean, the Ravens have a future Hall of Fame quarterback. If he continues to do, he's got to continue. There's got to be some longevity there. But Lamar's on his way to being a Hall of Fame quarterback, right? I mean, he's won multiple MVPs, put up a lot of numbers. Josh Allen's on his way to being a Hall of Fame quarterback. Not there yet. He's got to have some longevity. But and how many Super Bowl appearances do those two guys have? Now, part of that's because they are in the same league as Patrick Mahomes. But the point is, there's multiple ways to win, and this one is maybe a little bit cheaper, and you don't have to invest. Because I think part of it too, Trev, is it costs so much now. You had to give Daniel Jones $50 million. What? And then if you let a guy like Jalen Hurts walk because he wants $50 million, it's a little easier to replace him than it is Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, or Pat Mahomes. You know what I mean? Like, because you've invested that money in other positions. That's what I think. And maybe that's just me putting on my own opinion, but I do think that's why we're seeing some of these teams that are.
That's what the Lions have done.
Yeah. Yeah.
On the line, I have a lot of respect for Jared Goff, but he's not in the same tier as Josh Allen or Pat Mahomes or Joe Burrow or any of those guys. But he's a solid quarterback. He has a lot of experience, but they surrounded him with a great offensive line. They have a great running game. I mean, it's just I think that's what the model should be to build a team, or else you get yourself into quarterback purgatory, which is exactly what the Browns did for that stretch of time, just taking a quarterback in the first round of just every draft, it felt like. But you were never giving your roster enough time to mature around a specific guy. Then by the time all your other supplementary picks matured around one guy, you're ready to kick that quarterback to the curb and get a new one.
Right.
And it's a horrible place to be. John Gallagher, give us your percentage chance Angeli is the starter on senior day. You guys rock.
Thank you, John. I appreciate that. Give me 48 hours to answer that question, because I just need to see, does Ricky Collins go in the portal or not? If I were to say right now, I'd say it's probably a 70-75% chance that Steve starts the season as the starter. I just have a hard time believing that he went there thinking it was going to be an open competition. And honestly, I wouldn't blame him if that's an assurance. I think, as I've said before, that's the kind of assurance you need. And if he didn't get that kind of assurance, then he didn't handle this process correctly. He should have gone to a Rutgers or something like that, or a UConn, and been much more successful and effective. But if Ricky Collins stays, I don't think it's a given that Steve ends the season as the starting quarterback. Just because I just don't know how well he's just not going to have the players around him that Kyle McCord had last year. And he's honestly, if we're being really honest about this, and this is going to, you hate Steve Angeli, okay, fine, whatever. He's not as good as Kyle McCord was. He just isn't. Kyle McCord's a more talented quarterback than Steve Angeli. He just is. And he's not going to have the talent around him that Kyle had. Like, that's just not a great recipe for success. I don't understand the move, to be honest with you. And I hope I'm wrong. I hope Steve does have success because I actually do like Steve, but I'm just going to give you guys, as I always do, my honest opinion. I don't know that he's going to still be the starter for Syracuse in that game. But as of right now, if Ricky Collins leaves, and it's a, probably 95, 100% chance, barring injury, that he's a starter. But if Ricky Collins stays, I think Steve starts the season. But if he doesn't play well, then I don't think they're going to have any problem turning it over to Ricky. Thoughts
Fair
on
enough.
that?
I've kind of spoke my piece on this. Like, look,
I've bashed him enough.
Look, man, here's my answer. I hope it's a 0% chance he's a starter on senior day. And the reason why is not because I hate him. It's because, yes, Steve did a lot of great things for Notre Dame. I hope, just like the other 11 quarterbacks that their defense is going to face in the regular season, I hope he gets decimated by Notre Dame's defense. Just like I hope Carson Beck does. Just like I hope Marcel Reed does. Just like not decimated as in getting hurt. I'm talking about dominance on the field. Like Steve Angeli did a lot of great things for Notre Dame, and I want to remember it that way. I want to remember that. I don't want it to be, gosh, yeah, Steve Angeli was awesome. That Penn State drive was awesome, but dude, he threw like 3 picks against Notre Dame on their senior day, and he got sacked like 5 times. Yeah. It's like I brought up. Chris Tyree came back for senior day. We were getting a lot of questions that week. Do they honor him on senior day? What do you think this means? And he had 1 catch for 3 yards and muffed the opening kickoff. That's what I remember about Chris Tyree.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
It is. Nicholas Grosh. Should Notre Dame's quarterback and Notre Dame quarterbacks in general be rated on arm strength or whether to win?
Well, they should always be rated on whether or not they win, and they're the driving force behind winning consistently. And that's the difference between the great ones and the not great ones, just good players. And we were talking about Ian Book on the message board, and the reason that I point to Ian Book's record against top 25 teams is because that, to me, is what tells me if you're a great quarterback or not. When your team is always plays down to other players, that tells me something. So what? Brady Quinn never played on the teams that Ian Book played on. I'm sorry. Like, as a team, the 05 Notre Dame team was not as good as the 2018 Notre Dame team in every area other than quarterback. So like a guy, to me, like you look at like Tony Rice. Now, he played with other great players, but Tony Rice was a big reason why Notre Dame won all those big games.
Yeah.
Because of the player he was. And so because he played in fewer games than Ian Book, I'm not going to be like, well, Ian Book's, you get to me ranked on your success and whether or not you're the driver of that success. And that's a big reason a lot of fans aren't super high on Jimmy Clausen. It's because, look, I think Jimmy Clausen was a phenomenal quarterback, but his teams weren't any good. And understandably so. Now, we can sit here all day if he'd have played on this team or that team, but the reality is he didn't. He played on the teams he played on. So, yeah, he's a great arm talent, but, did he elevate the entire team? Clearly not. No, it's not all his fault. He can't call plays on defense, but you get the point that I'm making. But I think sometimes players get overhyped because of their quote unquote record. Like, one of the best responses in that chat was somebody said, so are we going to then say basically Kurt Hinish is the greatest Notre Dame player ever? Because he was a starter and played in more games where the Notre Dame won than any D lineman in Notre Dame history. Are we going to say that the greatest linebacker in Notre Dame history is Jack Kaiser? Because he played in and won more games than any linebacker in Notre Dame history. Why does that only count for quarterbacks? So that's a frustration I have. But at the end of the day, you should be rated on your ability to lead your team to victories, especially if you're the driver of that bus. That's how a guy should be rated. I mean, there's been some guys with great arms that couldn't win, weren't good quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good question, Nicholas.
It is. I'm with you. Domer Grizz, if you could be the owner of any professional sports team, which one would you choose and why? This assumes you have enough money to buy and use to get that team.
I would buy the Cincinnati Reds, and I would do my very best to restore them to their former glory. I just think that owning a baseball team would be a lot more fun. Because when you own a baseball team, you don't just kind of really run that team. You don't own the minor league teams, but you kind of, like they have their own owners, but they're all under you, with you, partnered with you.
Yeah.
I think that'd be a more fun sport to kind of go to be honest with you. What's your job? Every day I have to go to the ballpark, watch the baseball game. Like, that'd be a lot of fun. So, yeah, I think that would be the one that I would own. I mean, obviously he's a Celtics, but I don't know that I would enjoy owning an NBA team right now, to be honest with you. I don't know that I'd really enjoy owning an NFL team. If I could have any job in professional sports, like I could pick any job in professional sports, I'd want to be a GM of an NFL team. That's always kind of been what I like to do. But if I had to be an owner, I think it'd be a lot more fun to be a baseball owner than a NFL or NBA owner, just for me. What about you, Trev?
I'd buy the Chicago Bears, help out our resident Bears fans in the chat.
Trev's always about giving. He's always about giving back.
Anybody who says that I'm not compassionate.
There you go. They're liars, Trev. They're liars. Oh, my goodness.
Tom Redinger, who's your top 5 on the offensive line right now? How would you get them all on the field? Are they able to get them all on the field, or do they have to ask players to play positions they can't play?
Well, I think with Gerby Lambert's injury, I think your top 5 is what I expect the day one starting offensive line to be. And that is Anthony Knapp, Billy Schrouth, Ashton Craig, Charles Jagasaw, and Emil Wagner since Gerby's hurt. If Gerby's back, then he's in my top 5. I'm not sure who I would take out. I would probably take out Ashton Craig and move Anthony. I think Anthony Knapp's more talented than Ashton Craig. I don't know that he's a better player, like a better center right now than Ashton would, because he's hasn't played it before and he's younger. But like Trevor, you and I were talking about this. My beef with Ashton Craig or Anthony Knapp has never been, I don't think he has some talent. I gave him a 4.5-star upside grade. I don't think he's a tackle. I don't think he's a natural tackle. I think he's a guy that you need to move inside. If I had everyone healthy, my starting lineup would be, and I could design it my way, I'd have gone into the spring with probably Gerby and Emil Wagner at tackle. Probably would have seen if Emil was comfortable at all on the left side, but I'd have Jagasaw and Billy Schrouth at guard, and I'd have Anthony Knapp would have got a ton of reps this spring if, once he was healthy enough to get reps. That's what I would have done with him. But that's not the direction they're going to go. I would have also considered, maybe having Charles Jagasaw at left tackle if Gerby wasn't ready, and I'd have Anthony Knapp playing right guard. I mean, if you just flip those two, I'd be a lot more comfortable with where Notre Dame was right now, based on what we know of Anthony. Now, we didn't get a chance to really see a whole lot of Anthony this spring. We saw him in the spring game. He was good. He wasn't great. He was good. Wasn't bad. Looked better, but it's not really a great evaluation tool. If Anthony's better, then I'm okay with Jagasaw guard. If Anthony Knapp makes the jump that Joe Rudolph thinks he's going to make, and let's just say Joe Rudolph is correct, that Anthony Knapp just needs that experience and he's going to be fine and he's going to be comfortable on the edge, then okay, then the lineup they have now I can roll with. Yeah. But if it was up to me and everybody's healthy, I'd have Jagasaw at left tackle, or I'd have Jagasaw and Wagner at tackle, Schrouth and Jagasaw at guard, and I'd have Anthony Knapp at center. That's what I would go with.
Yep. I see it the exact same. Another one from Salty. Did any Irish player make a bigger jump this spring than Elijah Burris?
I mean, honestly, I would say if we're talking about just jump, I would say Elijah Burris didn't even have the biggest jump this spring. I think the growth from day one to the last day at receiver was Scrap Richardson. Now, part of that's because he had the furthest to go. I don't know that Elijah made a jump as much as people's opinions of him have changed because they're now seeing what we saw and what the Notre Dame coaches saw. Like, this is what Notre Dame thought he was going to be, folks. This is what they told me they thought he was going to be when they got him to commit. They're not surprised by this. Fans are. Why are fans surprised by it? Because he was a 3-star. They didn't view him that way. I didn't view him that way, but that's how he was viewed. I don't know that he necessarily made – I think the thing that I liked about Elijah, he got a little bit more juice than what I saw last spring, but he was thicker than I saw from him last summer at the Irish Invasion. But what you saw in practice is what you saw from him his senior year at DePaul Catholic. So I don't know that he made a big jump. I'm trying to think of a couple other guys that I thought made big jumps this spring. I thought Luke Talich made a pretty good sized jump. He just looked so much more assertive than he looked last year. I think Carson Hobbs made a really big jump. I think Carson Hobbs made a bigger jump than Elijah Burris on that side of the ball. Jason Onye had a great spring. Armel Mukum made a very big jump this spring. I think Kingston had a pretty good jump compared to where he was last spring. Trev, you've talked a lot about that. Those are just off the top of my head, some guys that really pop in my head of guys that had big jumps that are similar. But I'm being somewhat hyperbolic. Elijah definitely got better from start to finish in spring.
Yeah.
But I just think the reason I say Scrap is because Scrap went from that kid has no clue what he's doing, but he's going to be all right. So jump-wise, that was a bigger jump, even though he's not as good of a player right now as Elijah Burris. So with Elijah, it's kind of like, guys, this is what Notre Dame thought he was going to be. So I don't know why we're surprised by that. It's like this is what Mike Brown thought he was going to be.
Yeah, Onye's in that conversation for me. Eli Raridan's in that conversation for me.
That's a good one.
So, yeah, alongside.
Raridan's a really good one. That's a really good one, Trev. Really good one.
Me and my tight ends, baby.
Love them. Love you some tight ends.
Josh Buffo, the motivational business banker. What players on this year's team would fit better at a different position in the early Lou Holtz era?
Oh, man. That's a good one. What player would have fit better in the Lou? I got to think that Drake Bowen, it might have been real attractive to have Drake Bowen playing fullback back in the 80s or in the early 90s. They might have had a tough time not putting Drake Bowen at fullback back then. Yeah. That might be one.
Or that Keedron Young at linebacker.
One. Huh?
Or Keedron Young at linebacker.
Yeah. That'd be a really interesting one. Really interesting one. That's the first one that pops in my head. It really does.
Yep.
Yeah. Andrew Gilmore says Holtz would have loved Leonard. Yeah. He's not on this year's team, but if we're looking at last year's team, I think having Riley Leonard run the offense that Rick Meyer ran, he's way more suited for that offense. Yeah. The only concern is Lou liked to throw bombs. And I don't know that Riley's ideally suited to throw bombs. Somebody said Jeremiah Love a receiver. I think they'd had Jeremiah Love at tailback. He loved those long, tall, fast running backs. Think about Randy Kinder. Jeremiah Love is what Lou Holtz thought Randy Kinder was going to be. So I definitely think he'd had him at running back. Now, he might have put him at receiver as a freshman because Lou was about, I got to get that kid on the field.
Yeah.
But he would have eventually moved back to running back. I think he would have kind of maybe followed a Ricky Waters path, maybe a little bit. So, yeah, that'd been an interesting one. Very interesting one. Let's go to this one from Brokeneck Boy.
We talk about Ohio State or LSU being wide receiver U. Why not have the same conversation about NFL teams? Who is the quarterback franchise? Oh, I see what you're saying.
That's a good one. Who are the teams in the conversation? You'd have to go with the Packers. Bart Starr, Brett Favre, Aaron Rodgers. Different Hall of Famers and the 49ers.
Yeah.
You obviously have, the Niners had some guys back in the day, but obviously Joe Montana, Steve Young. Man, that's a good one. There's who have had if Dak Prescott can finally win something, you could maybe throw the Cowboys in there because they would have had obviously Roger Staubach. They would have had Troy Aikman, Tony Romo. That's a good question. Browns, no. Bengals, no. Chiefs, not really. The Chiefs have had some. Obviously you had Len Dawson won a Super Bowl back in the day. Had some okay quarterbacks over the years. Montana played there for a minute, but I don't count Peyton Manning as part of the Broncos. quarterback tradition because they got him later. Like he's a Colt to me, you know, it's I'm trying to think, Trev.
I guess my question would be like, what are we rating this on? Like
So the
production, Super Bowls?
Well, I think it's however you evaluate greatness. It's, you know, production, it's playing at a high level, it's over a period of time, you have multiple guys. Winning can be part of it. I don't know that it necessarily has to be super. Like if the Dolphins would have had a Dan Marino every era, I'm like, dude, that's like to me, QBU team right now is wherever Lincoln Riley's coaching, right? I mean, but they don't win a lot, but like championship wise, but you know, they're there. So I think that's kind of and not like empty yards, not like you're in a system that just throws a million times, but like you're actually like a really good quarterback. I'm trying to think who would that? I mean 49ers, Cowboys. I mean, there's some teams that if you've won multiple Super Bowls, your franchise has won multiple Super Bowls with different quarterbacks. I mean, that's kind of why the Packers jumped in my mind. They've won Super Bowls with 3 different quarterbacks. Where like all the Niners Super Bowl wins were 2 quarterbacks in the same era. It was Montana, then Steve Young.
Yeah, like in the current like recent era of the NFL, Packers.
I mean, Cowboys would kind of be in that one. They haven't won Super Bowls in a while, but like they had 3 different quarterbacks win a Super Bowl because I believe that Earl Morrall was the Cowboys' first Super Bowl winner. And then obviously Roger Staubach won Super Bowls, but let me go back and look. Cowboys Super Bowl champions, 1971 Super Bowl champions. I don't think Roger Staubach was on that team. Yeah, so I mean, over generations. I mean, like the Dolphins were there Roger Staubach was the quarterback on their first Super Bowl team in 71. I was wrong on that. So they've only had 2 quarterbacks win Super Bowls. It says Staubach and Traigman, and they were from 71, 77, and then you had the 3 in the 90s. So they kind of take them out of that one. I mean, 49ers have had some different quarterbacks over the years. Not just those 2 guys, but then you had like Jeff Garcia, Alex Smith had some years where they were pretty good. Went to the Super Bowl with Colin Kaepernick, quarterback. Now you have Brock Purdy went to the Super Bowl. But I don't know if those guys would count as like great players. It's a tough one, Trev. I don't really know who that would be. Other than, you know, like I said, the Packers. I mean, like when you talk about Packers, I mean, even some quarterbacks they had during their tough years, like Don Majkowski was a great quarterback, just played on some really bad Packer teams. But like the Magic Man was fun to watch, dude. Like he set the stage for Brett Favre, and then you obviously had Aaron Rodgers, and you know what it seems that Jordan Love maybe has a shot to pan out as well. You know, so I'll be curious who has more Super Bowl winners. Like different quarterbacks that won Super Bowls is like you were the primaries. Like I don't count Jeff Hostetler as the 3rd Giants quarterback to win a Super Bowl because the Giants have you know who the Giants actually might be in that conversation. But like Jeff Hostetler replaced an injured Phil Simms. Like that's what I mean. But like they had Phil Simms win a Super Bowl. They obviously had Eli win a Super Bowl. But then you go back in the day, Y.A. Tittle, Kerry Collins took them to a Super Bowl. I don't know that I'd say that they're for sure, but they're at least in the conversation. That's an interesting one, Broke Neck Boy. I'd have to think about that one a little bit. But Packers are really somebody would have to give me a better argument than the Pack over to be over the Packers. You know what? Somebody just said a team, the Redskins. That's a good one because the Redskins have obviously had multiple quarterbacks win Super Bowls. They had Joe Theismann won a Super Bowl. You had Doug Williams won a Super Bowl. Mark Rippon won a Super Bowl. They also had some great Hall of Famers like from back in the day, Sonny Jurgensen, Billy Kilmer. Over the years, you had Kirk Cousins was there for a minute. But, yeah, the Redskins might actually be – and then now as the Commanders, they've got Jane Daniels. So, like, of the teams, they're one that's got – like, we were like maybe Jordan Love. No doubt that that franchise now has another one in Jane Daniels with what he did as a rookie. or at least a potential one to become that. But yeah, because the Redskins, I think Theismann was their first Super Bowl winner, but they went to a Super Bowl, I think, with Billy Kilmer, I believe, was their quarterback when they lost to the Dolphins in 72. And then obviously, as we said, they had, am I correct on that? Let me find out. Or was it Sonny Jurgensen? I thought it was Billy Kilmer, but I could be wrong on that one. My dad would be ashamed of me not knowing the answer to that. No, Sonny Jurgensen was doing the play-by-play on that team, so this had definitely been after him. So I'd have to go back and look that up. Somebody who's a Redskins fan would have to help me on that one. But yeah, Joe Theismann won their Super Bowls. Joe Theismann wasn't their quarterback when they in '82, was he? So so that'd be Super Bowl 17. Let me go see your Super Bowl 17 box score. Let me see if I can find out who. I don't think Joe Theismann was the quarterback on that one. That's not right. Now, why are you guys giving me the Chiefs-Eagles Super Bowl? That's not super. Come on now. They keep giving me LV2 instead of XV2, which is the one that I want. So Google is not doing well today, Trevor. I don't know what's going on right now. Let me look this up here real quick. But let me see this. No, not the 83 one. I'm looking at the wrong one. So what was Super Bowl? What was the Super Bowl in 1972? Oh, Super Bowl 7. Okay, hold on a second. Dolphins and Redskins. All right. So I'm trying to see who the quarterback was for the Redskins that season. I'm pretty sure it wasn't Joe Theismann. I'm pretty sure it wasn't him. But I can't find a stinking Super Bowl. I can't find a box score anywhere, Trev. Billy Kilmer. I was right. Okay, I got one right finally. Billy Kilmer was their Super Bowl, was their quarterback. They had Sonny Jurgensen. So they've had some quarterback. The Redskins might be a good one in there, Trev. That might be a good one. Yeah, Doug Williams was their quarterback in 87 when they beat the Broncos. And then Mark Rippon was their quarterback in, I think it was 92 when they beat the Bills. So they've had multiple, so that they've had 3 different Super Bowl winners and different eras. They've gone to, so that's an interesting one. Yeah, I know Theismann was the winner on their first 2. So they won a Super Bowl in their first one. He was their champion, their first in 82, but then they also made it to the Super Bowl in 83. He was the quarterback on that team. And then they won in 87. And so they have 3 Super Bowl championships with 3 different quarterbacks, but then they also won championships in a championship in the 30s when it was before it was here you go. They had Sling and Sammy Ball was their quarterback, Trev. They won a Super Bowl with Sammy Ball. So, a world championship, I should say, with Sammy Ball. So that's pretty good. I'd say that's pretty decent, right? Sling and won named trophies after that guy. So I'd have to go there. Either the Redskins or the not Cowboys, Packers. Those would be the 2. Because I would argue the reason I'd go with the Packers still is because their best is still better than the Redskins' best. Their 3 of Bart Starr, Aaron Rodgers, and Brett Favre are better than Joe Theismann, Mark Rippon, and Doug Williams. Or if you want to look at Sammy Ball, they're still better. Because Bart Starr won 2 Super Bowls, but he won at least one NFL championship before the Super Bowls. So I have to go there. That's a fun one. That's a good one. I like that.
Yeah, it's a good question.
Yeah.
Matthew Leahy, how do you see Pat Mahomes' career unfolding if Alex Smith was not in Kansas City and he had to start his rookie year without a mentor?
Well, number one, we don't know that they might not have gone out and gotten a veteran quarterback anyway to play ahead of him, so that might still have happened. I don't want to take away any credit from Alex Smith serving as a mentor, but honestly, the best mentor that he had was Andy Reid. Again, that's no disrespect to Alex Smith, who I think embraced that role from everything I ever read. But Andy Reid was the mentor ultimately for him. So, yeah, I'm gonna say probably about the same. Because I mean, look, you don't have the success that Pat Mahomes had if you're a guy that buckles under pressure. Like Peyton Manning as a rookie got his face beat in and threw like almost 30 picks, and I mean, but he was great, so he was able to push through it. Where a guy like David Carr, like it kind of ruined him to go through what he went through as a rookie. He got beat way. I mean, I've never seen a quarterback take the beating that David Carr took. I think I saw somewhere like he got sacked like 70 times or something insane like that for them. But yeah, I would say probably the same. He just had more stats because he would have an extra year playing. I think Andy Reid's the driver of Pat Mahomes' success outside of Pat Mahomes.
Yep. Yeah, I think the only difference is there would probably be one blemish on his consecutive AFC championship appearance resumes, and it would be his rookie season. But outside of that.
I'm going to ask this one, Trev, because I think I addressed it earlier, but I'm not sure that I heard you gave your opinion because I went on a long thing. But Jeremy Miller says, do you guys think the Browns made the best move of the draft so far? Love you guys listen daily on Spotify. Thank you for that, Jeremy, very, very much. But I kind of gave my thoughts on how much I liked that move at the beginning, Trev. I wanted to get your thoughts on what – because I had heard that some Browns fans were upset because they wanted Travis Hunter. But what are your thoughts on the move the Browns made last night?
Oh, I like it. They got a lot back, and the Browns are a team that are not a player away. And they're getting more capital for somebody who, look, the unpopular opinion that I have is I think Travis Hunter is not the number 2 pick in the overall draft. Some agree, some disagree. I don't hold him in that high of a regard. I think he's a first-round draft pick, but I don't think that he should have went number 2. But in this draft, that's what it dictates, so it is what it is. So I think the Browns made a great decision because they needed more than just Travis Hunter to turn their season around. That is for sure. They're definitely in the conversation. Love what the Giants did. I love what the Browns did. So yeah, I think those two are winners from day one of the draft.
We'll have an even better idea of it when we see who they pick at 36 tonight.
Yep.
Like that's part of it too, because they did get that pick. If they completely blow that pick, then it's like, okay, it's still a win, but because like if they get a really good pick at 36, it almost doesn't even matter what they get with the first round pick next year. Like that's a big move.
Yep.
But if they go out there and get somebody, you're like, that's what you did with the 36th pick, really? You got a guard that ranks as the number 150 guy in the draft. Like, you know what I mean? Like something dumb like that. But no, I think they had a pretty good day, in my opinion. I agree with you. And look, there's 2 ways to look at a trade. One is you got great capital for it, and just on paper alone, like you only had to move down 3. You got a first rounder next year, you got a second round. Like that's great capital. But then when you insert Mason Graham as the guy they got, that's what really did it for me. Because like you could have ruined that. You could have traded down to 5 and picked somebody. Like seriously, you completely blew that opportunity when you drafted that guy. And they didn't. They got like I said earlier, they got one of the, in my opinion, the 3 best just football players in the draft. Arguably one of the 3 best football players in the draft in Mason Graham at 5, and picked up a first round pick next year and the number 36 pick this year. So yeah,
I'm going to be interested to see who they take because they have 2 picks I think they have 2 picks in the second round this year.
Yeah, I think they're at like 33.
Yeah,
they might have the first pick of the draft tonight. I think
they do. They have the 33rd and the 36th. And
which also, Trev, is I like because they didn't panic late in the, like they could have panicked like, oh, we got to go get a quarterback and trade it up, use those 2 picks, trade up. They stayed still. That was savvy.
Now, to your point about who they're going to take in the second round is going to carry a lot of weight to this decision.
Right.
One of the players that I have in mind that they might take is going to make it, my opinion, change to not one of the best moves in the draft.
You think if they take Shedeur Sanders?
No, I think they're going to take Jalen Milroe. Reunite him with Tommy Reese.
Whew.
With one of them.
That would be I still would say it's a great move. You just missed an opportunity. Because, like, look, I don't think they need quarterback necessarily, but look, I mean, Jalen Milroe was pretty decent with Tommy Rees. I just would not take him there. And it's almost like a freebie pick.
Mm-hmm.
You got a first-round pick next year if it doesn't pan out. But, yeah, that would be a little bit of a –
I could see that happening, reuniting with Tommy. Because, like, Deshaun, like, they – one, way overpaid for him. And two, he, like, re-tore his Achilles again, like, doing rehab. So he's might not even be back for the start of this season.
Deshaun Watson?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't even realize they were even still counting on him being part of the team.
Yeah. I mean, right now their starting quarterback is Joe Flacco.
I'd honestly rather have Joe Flacco than Jalen Milroe at this point in time, if I'm being honest.
Can't say,
I'd rather start Kenny Pickett than Jalen Milroe. The question, I'd be curious what Tommy Rees's feedback is to the ownership there. Like, just because people see that connection, they think, oh, go do that. But he may be like, I don't know. I have no idea what Tommy Rees's opinion of a Jalen Milroe is. I would assume that would be part of it. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, but we'll have a better idea even more tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Question from Josh Phillips. If you could only have either Life, Love, or Price, but able to replace one of them from another team, who would it be? Love's the best player on the team. I'd rather have Love. And if I could replace them with any other back in the country, I'd probably go. That's a good question. I don't know that. I haven't really thought about that. I kind of like the 1-2 punch they have. I don't know that I would want to replace Jadarian for anybody else. I'd probably go one of the two Penn State kids, probably. Or kid that I really like would be Desmond Reed as a potential kind of like third down type of weapon. He could also return kicks. That'd be an interesting one. But I'd probably go one of the two Penn State kids. You could go Singleton and say you're going to have two slashers. Singleton's more like Jadarian Price. But I think Katron Allen complements Jeremiah Love a little bit more. Like, he would give you what you could potentially get out of Kedron Young. But here's the great thing about it. I wouldn't do that. I'd say just play Kedron Young if you want that. Or, play Jadarian Price if you need that. Like, I mean, their production last year, and I would argue behind an offensive line that wasn't better than the Penn State offensive line. I've pointed this out before, but I think their production is every bit as good as what the Penn State kids did.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Jadarian Price is at 6.2 yards per carry. He was number 2. The leader for Penn State was Nicholas Singleton at 6.4. Katron Allen is a 5.0, and Jeremiah Love was a 6.9. I mean, so I'm good with what they have. But if I had to, it's probably the direction I would go. One of those two kids or the Desmond Reed would be ones that I would look at. Because I think Desmond Reed would be a really interesting guy that could do more than just run the football. He could catch, he can return kicks and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So last couple real quick. DMND13 just had Chief Ice Cream. Where are we going for dinner? That's up to y'all. You guys are the ones with Angela right now, so you guys have to figure that out. And you guys let me know where we're going for dinner. So I'll meet wherever you guys are going. And then last one real quick, Trev. Old Jarhead says, what is your opinion of the first round grade of C+ for the Colts? I don't know what the justification would be for that, Trev, but I kind of find that a bit of a head scratcher. If somebody gave them a C+ for that pick, what would your response to that be?
Yeah, I think they should have went offensive line, to be honest with you. I like Tyler Warren in that offense, but again, you're adding a.
Who would you have taken? I'm not questioning him. Who would you have taken there? Like, what's the woman that did you like? Would you?
I probably would have taken a tackle.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's what they need in their offense.
I think the concern that I would say to that is I don't know that any of the tackles would have been value picks there. That would be because Kelvin Banks went 9. Yeah. Kelvin Banks was there maybe, but like the next tackle off the board was not, 14. The next tackle, you had a guard taken at 18, the guard taken at 24. Josh Connerly at 29 was the next tackle taken. And then Josh Simmons at that next spot.
Fair enough. I think you and I just evaluate drafts differently. Like, I go based on like what the team needs, and like I don't think a tight end is what's going to set them over the top. I like Tyler Warren.
Do you think overdrafting an offensive lineman would have set him over the top? Like reaching 15 spots for an offensive lineman would have set him over the top?
I think getting a position that they needed would have set them over the top.
Okay.
Because like the argument that I'm making with this draft is anybody outside of the top 10 you're reaching on anyways, because they're not first round talent.
I would argue a top 10 player fell to you at 14. Here's my thing, and I don't disagree in theory with the fit thing, but you got to tell me who that would have been though. Who would have been that player at what position of need that would have set you over the top? That's kind of always my answer. Is like, it's fine to say, hey, look, offensive tackle is more of a need. Fair. I mean, D end was more of a need. Just I don't know if it is. I'm just making a point. But then who would that player have been? That's always kind of my pushback is you got what I think at that time was the best player on the board at a position that you didn't have anyone like him on your team. So if you're taking offensive lineman, it's like if you'd have passed on Kelvin Banks to take him, I'd have been like, okay. You had a chance to put Kelvin Banks next to Quentin Nelson, and you passed on that opportunity. True. But with Kelvin off the board, like who would that have been at 14? Yeah, that's always kind of my like that's the rub, right? Like that's what makes this hard, Trev, as for NFL GMs is like you have needs, but like I just don't value that guy there. It's like, yeah, I have a need for an offensive tackle, but I'm not paying a guy that's only worth $10 million, $20 million because we have a need because now we've overpaid for a guy that's not going to give us the value of what a guy that we would pay what a guy that makes $20 million should really be for.
Sure.
And that would be my thing is like, who would be that tackle or what are some other needs that the Colts had? Like, I'd have to know those. Like, okay.
Oh gosh. Linebacker, let's say, probably another pass rusher.
So let's say they're at 14, then let's just say they would have, instead of Tyler Warren, maybe taken, James Pierce. You're not going to take Shamar Stewart. That'd have been terrible. Maybe a Jalen Walker who went next to the Falcons. Maybe something like that. Then, okay, cool. At least there were some guys in that range that fit that. I just think at that point in time, and this goes me back to what I said earlier, like, man, Blake Fisher, what were you thinking? Like, hindsight 2020, but man, I got to think Blake Fisher's probably a first-round draft pick if he comes back for another year and it's going into this tackle class. Whew. Yeah. Then last one, Trev, from spring into 08, wondering how would 05 have been different if Justin Tuck came back and Raymond McKnight didn't get hurt. I think they would have beat Michigan State. I think they would have beat USC. I still think they'd have had a tough time. I still think the Texas game would have gone how it went. I think it would have looked just like that. And as much as I love Brady Quinn, I just don't know, even with Justin Tuck, if that defense would have been able to stop Texas.
Yeah.
I think they'd had a shot, but I think it would have. I mean, they moved the ball up and down the field on USC and came from behind. USC had a pretty decent lead early. I just think Vince Young was, somebody said yesterday, the inevitable thing. I am inevitable. I kind of think that's how I felt about Vince Young that year. It's like, I am inevitable. I mean, everything that went right for needed to go right for Texas went right. The kid for Ohio State dropping the pass in the end zone, like everything that went right that year for Texas went right.
Yep.
So, yeah, but I think Notre Dame would have had a chance to beat Texas because I think Notre Dame could have scored on Texas. And having a DN like Justin Tuck, maybe that's enough for them to Justin Tuck and Victor Abiamari with Trevor Laws and Derek Landry inside, like that'd have been pretty good. But would they have been good enough at linebacker with Corey Mays and Brandon Hoyt and a corner with what would have been? It would have been Ambrose Woodson and
Ambrose Wooden and Terrell, Leo Perrine, I think.
Terrell Lambert. Yeah. And then, at safety, would they have been good enough at those positions to contain D-line? They'd have been good enough to contain Vince Young, but would they have been good enough at those other positions? I don't know, man. I do think they're undefeated in playing in that game, though. I think they'd have beat USC if they had Justin Tuck and Rama. I do. I think they'd have definitely beat Michigan State, but I just think Texas was the best team that year. And once they didn't play that well against Ohio State and still beat Ohio State. And that kid dropped that pass helped. But once they won that game, I was like, yep, they're going to go on a run. Because you were worried about that team coming in the year because you watched them play in the Rose Bowl against Michigan the year before. And you're like, if that version of Vince Young shows up next year, he's going to be a problem for college football.
Yeah.
And that version of Vince Young did show up that next year. And he was a problem for college football, man. That was, if y'all had not seen that was a Rose Bowl, I think, right, Trev? The Michigan-Texas Rose Bowl at the end of 2004. If you never watched that game, it's on YouTube. Go watch it. That was a fun game. But that was sort of the I've arrived moment for Vince Young. It's like that dude's going to be a problem next year for college football, and he was. He absolutely was. Well, Trev, that's going to do it.
Well, good deal. That wraps up another Friday Free-For-All Mailbag. A lot of fun today. We don't go for over 4 hours if it's not fun and you guys don't bring it with the questions. Brian and Sean will be back on Monday for RTCF. And then Brian and I'll be back on Tuesday to keep covering Notre Dame's offseason. After this week, guys, I know it was a little bit weird this week. There's been questions about the transfer portal, this roster limit stuff. The further we can keep putting that in the rearview mirror, the more we're going to be able to provide more in-depth offseason content about Notre Dame, about their opponents, college football as a whole. So there's going to be a lot of awesome stuff coming your way. The best way to stay in the loop, make sure you hit that subscribe button and that notification bell so you know whenever we go live. Before you head out of the show today, please be sure to hit that like button. But as always, the best way to support what we do here is subscribe to the premium message boards at boards.irishbreakdown.com. Have a fun and safe weekend. Until next time, that's Brian. I'm Trevor. We'll see you back here very soon on the Irish Breakdown Podcast.